the 5.0 delegation and administrative updates. Yeah. So we have Eagle Point's Blue Rapids Parks Council 2020 annual report. We have Sandra Bernard from Eagle Point's Blue Rapids Parks Council here. Please, Sandra. Good morning, and thank you very much for
I killed two birds with one stone, of course, today being tax day. Stopped at the office, handed over my big check. Spend it wisely. I know you guys will spend it wisely. Awesome. Okay, we're in the big time. Great. Thank you again for having me up as part of your agenda this morning. I really appreciate being able to come talk to you. I just wanted to draw your attention to our annual report that just was released and approved by our board of directors at our meeting this past June. It kind of details a number of things that we have done in the community through 2020. One of the areas that I'd like to just draw your attention to is the page that is on the Fire and Ice Festival, which you guys so kindly co-partner with us on every year. And I hope that is something that we can continue going forward. Seems to be a great community event that that one we got in just under the wire of COVID, right? That was just before the lockdown started. So that was a great event in 2020. Probably 1,000 people at least at that event. And then on near the back of the report, there's a picture with the illustrious mayor who helped us out with a program called Action for Energy. We actually shot a movie that is going to be used for teaching kids how they can be good stewards of energy. And that was through a grant that we received from the provincial government. And we built a whole program around it. The movie is just one component, but the mayor starred in part of the movie with a young fellow. And that movie we're going to actually be debuting in September at the Eleanor Pickup Center. So we will make sure to extend an invitation to you all. So that's basically, oh, sorry. Forgetting to use my clicker. Anyway, moving on. So if you have any questions about that annual report, please feel free to contact me directly and we can talk about it. Our financials are in the back 2 pages there, so that gives you a kind of an idea of where we're sitting financially as well. I also wanted to just give you a brief overview of our current environmental and outdoor education programming highlights. Of course, during this year of COVID, we were heavily restricted in what we could do with the schools. Nonetheless, we made up some pretty good ground once things started to open up. We did a bit of programming last fall before numbers surged. And then we did some further programming, kind of direct programming with students this early spring. So we had about 2,100 students go through our program this year. Typically that number is closer to, well, right now the year before last, we were running around 4,000. So that program is getting some wheels, and it's something we are wanting to make sure we can continue to grow and looking to hopefully bring more staff on so that we can have a broader reach and have more of a regional access and appeal to get out into other communities and to bring other communities to us here in Drayton Valley to our parks. So we did, during the downtime or during kind of the serious lockdown portion, we started to develop some YouTube movies, videos. And so we've got a YouTube channel going. We've had over 1,400 views on our YouTube channel for various pond dipping, bug stuff, it's a myriad of nature. So my colleague Kathy Schwangler has done just an excellent job in producing those videos. And then we also started a nature newsletter, which has caught on. We've got a number of people subscribing to that nature newsletter now, over 175 people just in very short orders. So we're happy with the momentum that is starting to gain. So that's where we are sitting education-wise. There is in the annual report a breakdown of the 2020 numbers for education as well, and some of the initiatives that were done there. Okay. This summer, I guess for some community programming that EPBR is doing, we are involved, of course, in the Canada Day festivities tomorrow, working with the Canada Day committee, excuse me, on a scavenger hunt. We've got 2 scavenger hunts planned, and they will be available for people to do over the course of the Canada Day long weekend. So those hunts will be open till the 4th. So I don't know how much traction they're going to get if the heat stays where it's at, but who knows, there might be some early morning people out and about. But we do have some fabulous prizes for those. Each hunt the winning prize is one of those ginormous floating islands that you can like float down the Pembina on and have a great old time, and for plush beach towels. Super plush. So that's one fun event we've got going on. Next we have Parks Day is coming up. This year for Parks Day, we plan to do a multi-sport poker rally. We couldn't do our traditional, it was hard to plan to do a traditional Parks Day when we really didn't know where we were going to be at relative to COVID. So we thought, let's play it safe and do something that can be a go, no, even if we find ourselves back in a bad situation with COVID. So this multi-sport poker rally will allow people to participate in 7 different disciplines. We have a accessible trail, or accessible route, we're calling it, at Discovery Park. So we're kind of trying to make sure we can include people with mobility issues to be able to participate in one of the events. So if you're in a wheelchair or just have difficulty walking, or you're walking with an assist, whether it's a cane or whatever, you can easily trek through that area and still be part of some of the fun festivities. And then this year, the Drayton Valley Flying Club actually said that they would like to be part of this poker rally, so they're going to get in on it too. So we have the Flying Club, we have archery, we have the Evergreen Shooting Club. Folks that have never shot a gun before can actually go to that event, register. You don't have to have a license for Parks Day and participate. You can shoot your own hand. That'll be kind of fun. The Paddle Club is in. Anyway, the list is on our website of all the clubs that are participating, and it should be a really fun time. So, and then we'll have prizes, of course, for best poker hands for each route, as well as an overall, whoever has the best hand out of all routes, and then anybody that participates is entered in to win a prize as well. So that should be a good event. That's July 17th. And then through the summer, from June 12th to September 12th, we have the Eagle Point Amazing Race going on. So the Amazing Race, we've put packets at hotels that have an Amazing Race we sort of jacked it from the Amazing Race, but put Eagle Point, Anyway, don't rat us out. We put them in hotels so that people staying in hotels can, if they pick up the packet, there's a list of challenges to do in the area, and it takes them all through the community and some of the outlying area in Eagle Point Park. So what stops at the museum, what stops at the cenotaph, and they all have challenges to do at these locations. So kind of like the Amazing Race, they can record their time and then submit their time, and we'll acknowledge who has the best time at the end of the summer. And that's almost a full day activity. That's also available on our website if anybody just wants to download the packet from the website. So that's kind of what we've got going on this summer. Okay, one of the things that I wanted to just briefly go through with you, Eagle Point, the Parks Council has given me the permission to develop a subcommittee relative to tourism. Tourism has always been part of a mandate of Eagle Point, is that we want to foster tourism and have this area available to other Albertans to enjoy. However, we've not been able to give it a bunch of focus over the past number of years, but now we're trying to put a little bit more energy into that and making the parks and hopefully the region something that is very appealing for people to come out to visit. So the tourism subcommittee is just a bunch of volunteers that I have from throughout the community that kind of expressed a desire to participate because they see the economic development potential that tourism has for this community and would really like to get some momentum going in that direction. One of the ideas that we've come up with some help from Travel Alberta is just the idea of having a mobile visitor information center. So what we're hoping to do with that is that community events throughout the summer, whether it be farmers markets or whatever community event may be going on, we'll have volunteers manning a mobile visitor information center that has content relative to some of the activities and assets that people can enjoy while they're in this area. We're just really pulling together content right now and trying to get it to look a bit more cohesive and uniform. But that's kind of the goal this summer, is that we just do this very small, one little thing. And even if it's just about educating our own locals as to what amenities we have, so that when they have friends or whomever coming to visit, they know, and they might discover some gems that they didn't even realize were here. And then if we do have visitors stopping in, that's great too, that we can help advise them on some of the assets we have, and businesses as well, and campgrounds and golf courses and all that kind of stuff. And we're trying to take very much a regional approach. We're not just the parks. We're saying this is about a regional initiative, and that's very much what the Parks Council had directed me to do. They said this cannot just be about us. It has to encompass our whole region to be of good benefit. So we're pretty excited about that, and we're trying to roll with an Explore Drayton Valley kind of concept and hope that catches on. Okay. And then my kind of final thing that I'm asking for today, I'm in the process of formulating my 2022 operating grant to Alberta Environment and Parks and I could strongly benefit as from years past where you have supplied me with a letter of endorsement and support for the work that the Parks Council has been doing in the community. And I would humbly ask if you could provide that letter once again for me. That it goes a long way in kind of showing the ongoing support of the town of Drayton Valley and their interest in serving on the Parks Council, but as well as the value that they see that the Parks Council brings to the overall community. So that is pretty much it. I hope I'm under 10 minutes. Perfect. And I would entertain any questions or things you might like to ask.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, amazing work that your committee and your organization is doing, including the Amazing Race. Is there any comments or questions from Council to Sandra? Nancy, and then Corey.
So yeah, sounds very exciting. Lots of exciting things are happening, and can't wait to try some of them out. The Amazing Race for sure. Have to do that. And yeah, I think it's really great that the idea of this mobile tourist information booth, it's something that I've heard in a lot of areas. Why don't we have one? Where's it going to be? And things like that. So what is the intention with the mobile unit? Like, will it be in town? Will it be out of town? Like, how will you kind of have a pattern or a cycle with that?
So what our priority areas are going to be is we're hoping that we can hit several of the farmers markets throughout the summer. We were thinking that a mobile area that might be good to set up at would be at South Entrance, somewhere in the lands of South Entrance on, say, even just a Saturday morning, and just catching folks as they're going to different places. I don't specifically have funding or staff that can man that right now. So that's pretty much going to be done on a volunteer basis, but I have a number of folks that said that they would be interested in volunteering for that. So we'll play it by ear where we have volunteers available and times available. That will be our target, is to hit as many of those types of events as we can.
Councillor Peebles?
Thank you. You know, just looking at this, it actually gets me kind of excited, because I know, even I sat with you a couple of years ago and I had some concerns about kind of the direction we were headed. And I understand the struggle for you. You were coming into a committee where everybody kind of has their own interests. They really want to protect their own interests, but more and more we're seeing more opportunities for our community to experience the different areas. I know you worked closely with Curtis to get the disc golf going, and now there's a lot more people getting out paddling. There's a lot of things that our community is becoming more aware of and having access to. So I just appreciate all the work you're doing pulling these guys together, and having a tourism committee just goes to show that the focus is really shifting to, hey, let's come experience all these different things. So appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Councillor Bellis?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to congratulate you and your team for the effort and the work that you're putting in to promote the area. It's fantastic, and the results, I think, are being shown by the people that now are attending. I was just curious if perhaps a site for your booth or maybe considered at the museum.
I'm sorry?
At the museum?
Yes, actually, that is a location that I've talked with Pam Schwab about as well, that we would look to do. I might even see if I can snag one of her summer students. Pick on whatever resources we can. I just would like to say I'd be remiss to, I just want to thank, a number of you have served on our board in the past. Farrell, you have. Tom, you're currently sitting, and I really appreciate you guys taking the time to be part of the Parks Council. It's awesome to have you there.
Councillor Maggie?
Thank you, Sandra. And it is a pleasure to sit on the board. It's diverse, and it has lots of opinion, and so it's not just a slow moving committee, and I commend you for being able to manage it. But two things come to my mind is so coming to us to humbly ask. I get that, but it's not about humbleness. It's about how much that you can do with just this much money with volunteers. It's absolutely amazing. I just think it's tremendous. And if we can't support that, what can we support? But anyway, humbly asking, that's very good of you. And don't think that's a particular problem for us. When you look at what's available, and I floated the Eagle Points last weekend. It's outstanding.
Excellent.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can, just to pick up on something you said relative to the allocations that we've had from the provincial government over the past 5 years, excluding this most recent grant we've got for $100,000 for operations, was in the ballpark of $250,000 in 5 years. And we leveraged that money to $1.1 million. So it's a great area of investment. We can take that money and then leverage and get corporate sponsorship, leverage it to be able to apply for other grants, whether they be federal or municipal or whatever. But it's a great investment for the province, and I keep trying to show them that. But I'll keep chipping away at that. So they have been very gracious, though, that they continue to support us. And if I can show to them that there is strong community support behind our organization, it makes it even easier for them to grant us money. So that is just a full circle kind of deal.
Thank you, Sandra. I totally agree with Councillor Maggie's comments. And I think what administration would like to do, probably a motion from us to have that letter for Eagle Points. So would there be any councillor that would like to make that motion? Go ahead, Councillor Maggie.
I would make a motion that we create a letter of endorsement for Eagle Point Blue Rapids, and we without hesitation. with the one remark after the motion is that I do hope that you're working well with our neighbors in the county, because a presentation like this, Sandra, makes all the difference, and it's there, right? So
Thank you.
that's my motion.
Thank you, Councillor Maggie. I just want to make sure that we've captured the motion. Perfect. Excellent.
Yeah, that should be fine.
That should be fine.
Thank you.
Excellent. So we have a motion. So all in favor? Okay, there we go.
Thank
So
you.
Unanimous. Thank you very
Happy
much, Sandra.
Canada Day, everybody. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do, Sandra, and your team. Excellent. So now we'll move on to 5.2. I'm not sure if anybody pertaining to that is here. Maybe, not sure. Okay. So 5.2 is tax forgiveness request, Robert Martz, Jeff Richards at C&V Portable Accommodation Limited and Innovation Development Limited. Not sure if
Yes, we are.
someone.
You can hear me?
Perfect. Yes, yeah, please, please go ahead, please, I guess, identify yourself and then please proceed with your request.
Sure. I'm Robert Martz, and we provided you with a short PowerPoint on this. I represent C&V, which is the mortgage holder on the property. And Jeff Richards is here, and he's the CEO of Innova Developments, which is the prospective purchaser. So, and I'd just like to note, and we've worked with Matt Ellis for over a year on this, and I just want to thank him and for his professionalism and for his help on all of this. It's been great to work with the town. And Elvira Thompson has also worked on this more recently, and again, great to work with her, and really appreciated the professionalism and how quickly they've worked with us in a cooperative manner on this. So it's a real credit to the administration. In terms of the Red House, and I use that terminology, we've referred to it as that through our discussions with the town. It's a property located at 4008 47th Street that's currently derelict and is being used by squatters, and as I understand, frequently has to have people removed by the RCMP. It's owned by a company called the Villas at Drayton Valley. The company is not doing business, is effectively insolvent, has been subject to numerous lawsuits, and has done nothing on the property, hasn't paid taxes or anything in several years. C&V Portable Accommodations Inc. holds the mortgage on the property and has foreclosed on the mortgage at this point, and is looking to try and sell the property to realize whatever it can on the mortgage, understanding that it's going to take some very significant loss. So I'm the lawyer for C&V Portable Accommodations and worked with the court to do the foreclosure, and have now been working previously with a real estate agent to try and sell it, and more recently with Innova Developments to try and get it sold to them. So the PowerPoint goes through a bit of the history of this, and effectively the land was acquired by the Villas in 2015. The modular home was built, and we understand was supposed to be kind of a model home for further construction, but they ran out of money very quickly after that, stopped doing business, became the subject of numerous lawsuits, and since then the house has stood there empty and has been looted and so on. In 2018, C&V foreclosed on the land through a court order, and then went through a process trying to sell the land through a judicial process. And the land was listed eventually for $175,000. The listing attracted no offers, and there were informal attempts to reach out to people within the community, and effectively no one was interested in purchasing it, basically for any price, with the house on it and the tax liens, the tax issues on it. So what happened was I got in contact with Mr. Ellis at the town to try and figure out if there was a way that we could work with the town to facilitate this sale. And the initial idea was that the house would get moved to to a public lands area where the firefighters would be able to practice on it. And we spent about a year trying to get that process done. We had, and when we got Innova Developments involved at that point, because they became interested at that point, and we got a hard quote from a moving company to move it to the firefighters practice area. Kind of worked out all the details on that, but it eventually fell through because that would have required some construction on the public lands, and the fire department wasn't able to engage with that. So they needed to build a foundation to put the house on, and they weren't able to do that. So that has fallen apart. So there's no ability to move the house now. It's got to be demolished. And the informal quotes that Innova has gotten set the demolition at about $25,000. So with that, there's also, getting close to $40,000 in taxes owing on it, including about $12,000 and almost $13,000 in penalties. And, we noted in the presentation that a lot of these taxes come from a period where the land was assessed for quite a high value. For instance, the 2019 assessed value, and this is based on the searches that we pulled, set the value of the land at almost $440,000. And you'll note that even at $175,000, there was zero interest in this land. So effectively, what we've proposed and what I've proposed to Mr. Ellis and Ms. Thompson was that an arrangement could be done, which, in our view, from CNV's point of view, from Innova's point of view, and hopefully from the town's point of view, works for everyone, where the land would be sold to Innova by CNV. Innova would have the red house demolished as soon as possible, removing the safety issue and eyesore issue, and that Innova would then pay the town $5,000 of the back taxes, but the rest would be forgiven. And that's the proposal that we're suggesting. And in my submission, or my suggestion, it's one that benefits everyone. It recognizes that the city's taking certainly a haircut on the taxes, but CNV is also taking a significant, is getting almost none of its mortgage back. And the benefits to the town, from what we say, you remove a dangerous and derelict building at no expense to the town. The town receives a portion of the taxes that there was no reasonable prospect of collecting at this point with the villas insolvent. The land will start again generating tax revenue for the town. The town won't have to go to the expense or time of auctioning off the land or dealing with the red house. And, just from our discussions with real estate agents and such, there's just, aside from this proposition, there's nothing on the horizon that we've seen, and certainly CNV has been motivated for many years to get this property sold, where a sale is going to occur. So in my submission, while it makes asks of the town, CNV is also significantly reducing what it would be entitled to typically under the mortgage, and we think that this would work for everyone. So we're hoping that council will endorse that approach, and that we can move forward and get the red house knocked down and that land generating revenue for the town again.
Thank you for that information. Is there any comments or questions from the council? I'm sorry? For either or. Councilor Peebles?
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation today. Just a question. So you're saying that how many acres of land are there available there? And I wasn't aware that that was ever available for sale. I know the red house itself was available for sale and didn't get too much of an uptick, but are we looking for forgiveness for that whole property? And yeah, I guess that's kind of my question. How much land is there? And was that actually available for sale?
Sure. It was all available for sale. So it was marketed for a couple of years. And let me just pull up the actual parcel detail for you here, just so I'm accurate on it. So the legal description of the land is, just for the record, Plan 0720361, Block 70, Lot 16. So that's the description of the land. the actual acreage.
Thank you. Do you have that information, Matt?
Yes, for council, and thank you, Robert, for your presentation. The acreage is 1.03 acres and 0.42 hectares.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Ballas?
Thank you. Can administration tell me, is the back taxes only on that one particular lot, or is it on all of the land?
So to confirm, Councillor Ballas, the back taxes are associated with just that roll number. So it's just a lot at 4008 47th Street. So it's just the property where the red house is located.
So taxes have been paid on the remaining land?
Avera is confirming that at the moment.
Just to follow that question while she's looking at the remaining land. So I've got a box and I got another bigger box around that land, or do I have a whole bunch to the right? And do we know who owns that?
Councillor McGee, the owner for the adjacent property, which is 4047th Street, to the south, is a company out of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And I believe that owner is associated with one of the neighboring condo developments in that vicinity.
So, Mr. Ellis, for this particular company, it's only that red house and that area. Okay,
Correct,
perfect.
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Councillor Wheeler?
Will we have a map for later when we discuss this? Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Any other questions for, okay, go ahead, Councillor Maggie.
Do we have Innovation Developments, Jeff Richards online? Can we talk a little bit about who they are and what we might expect, or do we just wait and see?
Hi, Jeff here from Innova Development. I can talk briefly about kind of the property. We have some interest as just a portfolio piece for the land right now, but our background is development of residential and commercial properties. We mostly work in retail, commercial, and some industrial developments, but I think right now it would just be a piece for our portfolio, and then we would kind of want to see how the area plays out and, work with the town and kind of put in an ideal development, that satisfies what everyone would want to see out of that area going forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That makes a difference for me. Thanks.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, thank you for the request, Mr. Martz and Mr. Richards. This will come to a different meeting, and then we will discuss this, and we'll get back to you on your request.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert and Jeff.
Okay, now let's move on to 5.3 delegation item, tax reduction request. Gary Nelson, Dave King, Nelson Brothers Oilfield Services Limited. I believe Mr. King is here with us. Please go ahead, Mr. King.
Morning.
Morning.
Don't know if Gary managed to log in or not. Not here by myself. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having me here today. I'm here as stated in the letter that we sent in discussing our property taxation for Nelson Brothers Nelson Back Services operating as kind of the same entity.
Mhm.
We've been in existence since 1987. We renamed or rebranded in 1997, and we've continually grown ever since. We've been a local company from day one. We have no other operational bases in the province. We are Drayton Valley proud. We currently employ around 100 people directly, as well as another 30 subcontractors, depending on the season and the nature of the business at that time. Nelson Brothers, through this prolonged downturn, which has been topped off by this COVID pandemic, has remained fully operational. While others shuttered or shut down, our entrepreneurial spirit allowed us to diversify from not only oil field, we now operate in agriculture, commercial construction and maintenance, as well as municipal construction and maintenance. This has allowed us to gainfully employ members of our community and keep jobs in Drayton Valley. We have added rental equipment over the past 6 years. This past year, we've added 3 new truck drive units and 5 trailers to our fleet. Unlike other companies in town, we sourced all the local businesses to do our rig ups, our painting, and our signage. We hired through COVID, adding an additional 5 individuals to our team, proudly. Nelson Brothers is fully engaged in our community. We have donated on average $100,000 per year for the last 35 years back to our community events, youth programs, and sports teams. Nelson Brothers is proud to participate in the reconciliation with our Indigenous First Nations. We are engaged in a joint venture and employ 5 First Nations individuals, including one on our management team. The town has provided a zero tax incentive to encourage job creation and diversification for other companies in our town. Nelson Brothers has both diversified and has not only retained jobs over the past 7 years of this downturn, we have created them. I'm currently hiring another 5 to 8 full-time positions, which I'm struggling to fill right now because there's a lack of valid resumes coming in. It's very hard to find qualified people right now. On January 12th, Mayor Dirksen, who unfortunately isn't with us right now, was quoted in an article that was posted with Red Deer News Now, and he indicated that the town may need to pivot away from oil and gas. I asked that he and the council would reconsider that comment and encourage an industry that is evolving on all levels to meet our new greener climate goals. Nelson Brothers is currently engaged in 3 separate proposals, one of which I think some of the council is familiar with, which will take us as a service company to net zero or possibly carbon negative. This is a daunting task. However, it is fully achievable with the right support. We believe we would be the first in Drayton Valley to do this as an oilfield service company. And I use oilfield loosely because we're not just oilfield anymore. Nelson Brothers is not asking for a zero tax. My ask today is to mirror the taxation rate of the county from which we were annexed a few years ago, which is a 30% rebate on taxes. These funds would be reinvested to explore our ESG program and to achieve carbon neutrality, create more jobs, and help grow our community. We are all powered by our community, and even more so when we pull together. And as Sandra said earlier, who's not with us anymore, she said, spend your tax money wisely. And I look to do just that. So I'd like to thank you for your time. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. King, for that request, as well as what your organization does in our community as well. Is there any questions or comments for Mr. King? Councillor Dodds.
Thank you for coming today. And yes, your commitment to the community and your hard work in the company is greatly appreciated. And thank you for sharing, because there's a lot of things that I didn't know. I didn't know about your diversifying and your increase in employees and things like that. Things of getting into agriculture, rental business and things like that really helps with the decision. And I appreciate you sharing that. Can you remind me again, where is Nelson Brothers located? Is it in the area that was annexed, or?
So our office is right across the street from Cal's. We're kind of tucked in the trees there.
Okay, you're still there.
We've been
Okay.
there for years. We also have the two major concrete shops that are right south of Grandette and UFA. So there's two buildings that look very, very similar right along the highway. Those are ours. One, so HVO is in the old ATK building, and we're the two that are directly north of that. So that was part of the annexation, and then we also have a tank yard that was annexed that is kind of on the other side of the ravine or the coulee.
Okay, yeah.
But just on the south side of the coulee and into the east. And then we have a rental shop that we have over in behind Monarch. I don't know the name of that industrial area. And then we also have another shop out in the Braz County at the corner of 22 and 621.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Dodds. Any other questions? Councillor Wheeler?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the update too and the information. It does definitely help to have the context, the human side behind the requests, because we do get requests all the time.
I'm sure you do.
I do have a question for you though. What do you see the future looking like for the next year? If you had to guess, and I know it's just a guess, I won't hold anything accountable, but
In which context?
just your company and the oil field and in general, I guess.
Right
reflects on
now,
the
we're seeing an
community.
uptick in drilling. There's definitely, oil prices are obviously high, gas prices are high. There's a lot of mergers and acquisitions. There's quite a few companies that are going to be changing names here very shortly, some of which I'm privy to. There's some exciting things coming. One of the things that all the majors are looking for is their ESG commitment. So as a service company, if I can go to a large oil company, such as, I won't name drop any, but they have requirements that if I can meet a zero emissions goal and be carbon neutral, I'm going to be a preferred company for them. And it's going to take funding to get there. I know we can do it. It's going to be a competitive market, but I believe it will be busy and we will see an increase in activity in the area.
Okay.
Councillor Maggie? Thank you, Councillor Wheeler.
Dave, I'm curious about, we've been having discussions about how we might be able to pull folks together to talk about where we should go, what we should look like. So Farrell's question was, Councillor Wheeler's question is bang on. Is that what does it look like? How can we assist? How can we manage it? And we need to hear that from local folks. Like there is a tendency sometimes to chase the shiny object. And we're out there working on that because you got to have your hook in the water, right? For anything that might come along in the manufacturing end of it, or any of those things, those as I say, the bright shiny objects. But sitting down with the local business community, I think is would add value. Would you see that as being something that you could support?
100%. I would be happy to engage with anybody that had any questions on where or why we were doing what we were doing. I understand that town and county are engaged in different manufacturing and different businesses that are coming to the area that we've never seen before. And I understand that change is necessary on all levels. However, we have one of the largest oil and gas fields in the country at our back door, and it's not going anywhere. There's drilling coming right now with what we just have bid on. I would say we have another 140 wells going to be drilled within 150 kilometers of Drayton Valley in the next 12 months. And that would be a modest guess based on what we've been privy to and been allowed to bid on. So I understand that diversification is valuable, but even if manufacturing came to town, we have the equipment to move, haul, lift, transfer, anything that they can do. If they need trusses flown, or if we need to transport product to and from for their supplies, we are able to do that at an effective and competitive rate. And saying that, our bread and butter has always been the oil field. On the service level, drilling, completions, we handle it all, and it's not going away. Even with the green energy push, it's not going to go away anytime soon. There's still 30, 40, 50 years of an industry that some would like to see disappear overnight. It's just not going to happen. And there's a lot of money to be made for the town and the county in that time period, and we will stand strong.
Follow up on Councillor Dodd's comments is that sometimes you don't know what's going on. You got to listen, you got to hear it. You add value when you come to the table and say, this is what we're doing. We don't know. So what else don't we know? And that's why I think bringing together groups of people to sit down and say, what don't we know? And what can we do for the future? So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Maggie. Councillor Ballas?
Thanks, Dave, for your presentation. I believe that when Mayor Dorkson perhaps said pivot from the oil and gas industry, I'm hoping that he meant more like perhaps diverse. Not necessarily pivot, because I totally agree with you that the oil and gas industry is going to be here for a long time. And I don't think it's the position of this council that we're going to forget about it. At least it's not my position, and I can't speak on behalf of all councillors, but it's certainly not my position. So I want to thank you because you have diversed and you've made it work. And you're thinking outside the box, and I think that's excellent. And I wish more people would take that initiative and look at doing that as well. Because as far as I'm concerned, growth comes from within. And that's what people like your company is showing. So I thank you for that.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Councillor Ballas. Councillor Dodds?
Excuse me. Yeah, just to add on that, when we had started this journey, I guess, through the recession and COVID and everything else, one of the things that we wanted to look at is we wanted to make sure that the community was okay, right? And we may have been looking for, you know, big manufacturers and things like that that are coming in, but the locals are more important than anyone. And they're, you know, our bread and butter. They're what makes our community, and, you know, all that you do and all that you bring and everything like that. And the fact that, you know, you've taken this business and you've turned it into something. That's what we were really after. Is we didn't want to see, you know, we were, so many people were down and they just didn't know how to get out of the situation that we're in. And we were always here to help and always, you know, wanted to assist and be there in any way we can. But we also wanted to make sure that they were doing something as well, so that we could be collaborating together, that we could be partnering. How do we make you successful, and how do you collaborate with us so you are successful? And I think moving forward, knowing everything that you've done in your diversification and how hard your company has continued to work and continues to grow, and you're always looking for, you know, something new and innovative and that you can bring, and that you have the true passion and the commitment to the community, I think is fantastic. And for me, this is something that is an easy decision for me. And I think moving forward that, you know, it's that open conversation when it comes to economics and building the community. I think with this council is just reaching out and letting us know, and, you know, if it's more meetings or whatever it is, letting us know of how we can be assisting you and making sure that you're just as successful as I'm sure you will be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodds. Councillor Peebles?
Hey, thanks so much for the presentation, Dave. I think it was just about 3 years ago, we're sitting at Cobblestone, and Drayton Valley was not the same Drayton Valley that we're experiencing right now. And I remember you talking about saying, we're trying to figure out what to do with our trucks. I think you had kind of shifted in your role with Nelson Bros, and you're saying, we're trying to figure out what to do with our trucks. We can call anything. What are we going to do? Because we got to figure out how to diversify. And to hear today just how much work you guys have done in that area, it's pretty spectacular. So with your ask, is it, I don't want to make any assumptions, but is it less of a, hey, we need the money, and more of a, we see that you're acknowledging diversification in other areas. Will you guys at least acknowledge what we've been doing as well? Is that, I'm just trying to get a real context for your ask today.
The ask is for a development. I want to take the money. Council has graciously given other benefits to other companies in town. We believe it's our right to ask for the same. So we have a plan. Like I said, we're engaged in 3 different proposals right now to move forward to become carbon neutral, one of which I know you're familiar with. The other 2 I'm working on right now, they're kind of a different avenue. They're a little bit proprietary, and I want to kind of keep my hat on my head with them to just to keep it quiet for now. But that money would go into that. So it's not an ask for, hey, the business is struggling. It's an ask for, hey, we're looking for the town to partner with us to show their support. We made it through the downturn. We did a very short period of layoffs. Other than that, we kept everybody. Nobody lost their houses. Everybody kept food on the table for their families. It's a point of pride for both myself and for Gary to know that we didn't shutter and we didn't put anybody in a place where they were in trouble. So that is for us, Drayton Valley Proud. It's we take care of the people that work for us. We're a small family business, small relative. And this money would go back into, achieving what we need to do to be ultra competitive in the market moving forward. So,
thank you, David. Thank you, Councillor Peebles. So, yeah, for me, I agree with what Councillor Ballas mentioned and most of the comments that's been said around here. It is great to see that Nelson Brothers doing what you're doing right now. As Councillor Maggie mentioned, in my mind, I think we would like to see that happening from other organizations in our community as well. That's how we collectively figure out how to, again, diversify the oil field industry as well, right? Just everything is moving towards a new eras, and then oil and gas is going there as well. Yes. So just wanted to thank you for coming here and giving us the request, Mr. King, and we will deliberately consider your request in a different meeting, and then we will get back to you. That request.
I appreciate everyone's time today. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. King. Okay, let's move on to our. Oh, let's take a. No, okay. It's 10 o'clock. Okay. Let's let Aaron go back. So 5.4 Drayton Valley RCP Stetson, May 21, Acting Sergeant Aaron Matthews.
So great to see everybody together and keep things the way they should be. Make things better. I think
Exactly. Yeah. We should be pushing it further down.
increase in persons crimes. Oh, look at that. But decreases in property crime, other criminal code, decreases in break and enters. It shows a decrease of theft of motor vehicles, but again, you have to look at that between January and May. We did have some significant thefts or attempted thefts of motor vehicles in the month of May, and of course, that we can relate to the individuals were not being kept in the institutions because of COVID, so they were releasing everyone, and as a result, you're kind of back to square one. We did have 6 attempted thefts of vehicles during that period of time, and some of them actually were successful. So what I wanted to say was a good point for us. On May 14th, we did execute 2 search warrants at individual places in Drayton Valley. And as a result, the individual that we had been looking at and following and everything else, was charged with 3 counts of possession for trafficking. And so we did get an awful lot of drugs. We did get some money out of that, as well as possession of weapon for dangerous purposes and 2 charges of possession of drugs. Again, they were released after being held for a hearing. However, hopefully with the reopening of things, we will be able to keep some of these people in. It might, hopefully, it's going to change the way the judicial system seems to feel about this type of crime, because I think drugs is very significant, and we are working hard in order to try and get those drugs off the streets to make the community safer. So, other than that, no real major changes to things. Our stats are down. Unfortunately, we have been working we've been working extremely hard over the last week and a half for this missing individual. And we continue to work very hard on trying to locate this individual, following up every lead that we possibly get. We've had a couple of leads in Edmonton, which we followed up with, and they were negative. So we're still working very hard. We have our RCMP search master. We're going to get another dog out. We're going to, I think we've pretty much covered off everywhere in Drayton Valley at this point. There's only one little section that is left. So we will get on that and keep following up with any kinds of tips that we get. So.
Thank you, Sergeant Matthews. Council Ballas.
Yeah, I noticed Petro-Canada South was taking a pretty big licking over some comments that were made, and I'm hoping that the RCMP did view the
Oh, yes,
video,
those,
and that it's just,
those comments were not made by any of us. Petro-Canada South was extremely helpful, and they have been extremely helpful the whole way through. And they have been phenomenal in being able to provide us with surveillance and video and such. Again, those comments were made by other individuals that in reality have no right to access of those videos. That's why the RCMP, we go and we do that. We get them, we get the information. But that was, I was brought to my attention the bad comments that were made about Petro-Canada South, but they have been nothing but forthcoming and very helpful.
thank you very much. I just wanted to make that public so that the bashing hopefully stops and people understand.
Yeah, there's no reason for them to have been put in the light that they were, by any means whatsoever.
Thank you, Council Ballas. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Dodds.
So just a question too, on our homeless population, out in the searches and things like that. I'm sure you've discovered maybe some camps or where some people are. How is everybody doing in this heat? And what are we I guess it's both an administration and to both, what are we doing to make sure that everybody's okay?
We have been coming across some camps and such, and they are, at this point in time, they're doing pretty good. They're keeping themselves sheltered in places where it's, instead of out in the blazing sun. I don't have any options available with regards to where we could take them in order to keep them cool, unfortunately. But we are definitely checking on them to make sure that they're okay, because it doesn't matter whether it's minus 30 or it's plus 30. It's just as dangerous. Yeah, exactly. If not more. So.
Thank you. Councillor Peebles.
Yeah, thank you. I had it brought to my attention by a resident the other day that they were dropping their child off at the daycare, and she's walking along the back because the kids are playing in the backyard, and her daughter was approached by a man coming and saying, "Oh, will you take my hand?" And "Oh, I won't bite." And it was just kind of a creepy incident. And I know that we kind of piloted this whole TELUS Safe Communities initiative, and do we? And I'm guessing you probably sit on our safety committee as well. Is that right? So there are some thoughts about places to put cameras or thoughts that you guys have going forward. I know there's some prices being figured out, but do we have kind of key areas that we're keeping an eye out for? Because I know it could be he said, she said, and you have a description, you can't always find it, but having that readily available footage would probably make this quite a bit easier.
Oh, definitely. In addition, I know we are working hard, and I know that we have Nathan working on getting some numbers and that type of thing with regards to the whole camera system. And definitely we will, once we have some, I guess, costs, we'll probably look at locations as to where they would be the most beneficial. In the meantime, and I believe we have it on on your webpage. I know it's on Brazeau County's webpage as well, with regards to any individuals that have any kind of surveillance to voluntarily sign up on our. We have a specific email address so that they can sign up and let us know. In the meantime, we still do door-to-door knocks, and during those door-to-door knocks, we ask people whether or not they have any kind of video surveillance, and they're usually very good about it. But we would like to see more people actually volunteering to say that they have, and I do understand their concerns. However, when we're doing something like an investigation into a child and a man asking to take their hand and such like that, this affects the entire community, and as does most crime. And crime affects the entire community, and any assistance that we can get to assist in those investigations is very helpful. And yeah, so I think we'll be looking at possible places as to where we would put cameras once we get some numbers crunched.
Thank you, Sergeant Matthews. Councillor Maggie?
Just a follow-up to a question that was raised a few days ago about the TELUS cameras. Are they're shut off and removed?
Mm-hmm.
So they are shut off
Yeah,
and gone.
because we tried to get some with regards to this missing person to see whether or not we could find out what direction they may have taken, and yeah, they are shut off. So
Just sorry, just an update on the cameras. Yes, we are looking at the committee is looking at pricing for a new camera setup, as well as working with another community who have their own camera system, just to figure out how they've set it up so we can implement something similar.
Yep.
Councillor.
Interestingly enough, there is somebody knocked on my door the other day, and I think they said they were from TELUS and saying, "Would you like to buy some equipment for your house?" So home.
Yeah.
So there is that circulating around the community.
there is an awful lot of people that do have video surveillance. So like I said, when we're doing door-to-door knocks on whatever investigation we're doing, we are actively asking them if they happen to have any kind of camera footage so that we could view it.
Councillor Dodds?
Are there provincial cameras at our entrances, like from Alberta Transportation?
No, the only Alberta Transportation one that I'm aware of is on the bridge.
Has that been?
Well, we also viewed those,
You did as well, okay.
that information as well, and there was nothing that came up on that, so. Yeah, we've pretty much exhausted anything that we can even remotely think of, but we're still following up. Like I said, whenever we receive any kind of a tip, we're actively going after that, so. It is, yeah. It's very time consuming, a lot of work. There've been an awful lot of members of the community. Like I said, it's amazing to see members of the community pulling together because there have been numerous members of the community out there actively searching as well. And we appreciate all the help.
And that was Sergeant Matthews was a thought that I had is that sometimes you see this sort of CTV news thing and then and you fan out and everybody has a stick and you do that move, right? As opposed to just people walking around the community. You need that as well, but there never did seem to be that call to say.
Oh, yes. We've had Brazeau Search and Rescue out.
Okay.
That was one of the very first things that we did, was call them out in order to search the immediate area of where the last location was. They have been out, I believe, 6 times now, following up on tips and any kind of surveillance that we've been able to get as far as possible last seen locations and such. So no, and it's one thing to have community members doing that, but you need to have it coordinated, right? So it's really good. Brazeau Search and Rescue has been amazing, getting their resources together and doing the proper searches to make sure that everything is covered.
Yeah, I think that was where I was going.
Yeah.
It's okay to just run around, but
Yeah.
coordinated through search and rescue
Yes.
is what needs to be done. Thanks.
Yes, and we've also had our helicopter up, I think 3 times, going around the area. That's good for open areas, but you're right, the bush is very dense, so you need to have that proper search done to the bush areas.
Councillor Wheeler.
I was just in Nordig on the weekend and ran into someone there who's through Alberta Parks, but she's also on search and rescue. And she was like, "Oh, you're from Drayton Valley." She's like, "We just had members of our search and rescue team up there working with yours."
Yeah.
And she said things were very well organized. It was
Yeah.
nice to hear.
Yeah, no, it has been,
Someone
and
else.
I mean, they know their job.
Yeah.
And they know how to do it properly, so
For sure.
it's we let them do their job and we do ours, and we
Yep.
talk to each other, which is
Mm-hmm.
one of the big things, right? Rather than having people just going off on their own merry way.
Yeah.
Right, so.
Well, thank you for doing everything. Sometimes there's a lot of things on your guys' plate. It isn't just one thing a day, and to make certain community members are definitely a priority for all of us. So
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, and I think, as mentioned, the whole community has pulled together on this occasion, and it's a true sense of pulling together, including the RCMP and every other rescue team out there as well. So thank you very much for everyone and
Thank you.
everything that you've done. Thank you very much, Sharon.
Have a good weekend.
You too. Yeah, enjoy the weather. Okay, I think now we are gonna take a break, and Ms. Thompson, you'd have to wait for a little bit. Excellent. So let's take a, I don't know, about 7-minute break. Then we'll be back. Let's move on to our decision items. So everybody's here. 6.0 and 6.1 new aquatic facility debenture bylaw 2021-10F presented.
Sorry, Mr. Deputy Mayor, item 5.5.
Oh,
The
sorry.
financial statement.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My bad. 5.5 Q1 financial report, Elvira Thompson.
Good morning. You guys have that information in front of you so you can follow along. Riveting information, right? So this is for quarter one. I understand that we're end of June now, literally the last day of June. But for a few reasons, including all our attention being on budget up till about mid-May and then tax, we just were not able to get this done. In the future, I'm hoping to have the quarterly report done by a month and a half after. It takes about a month to make sure all our accruals and all our reporting is done, and then a few weeks just to get our report done. So hopefully in the future, it won't take this long. So this is for quarter one, so just keep that in mind. We're in June, but this was for March 31st. So in regards to the general revenue sections, the reason why you see the property tax section having expenditures when our net, oh, sorry, let's back up for a minute. So you have 2018 actuals, 19 actuals, 20 actuals, and then the entire budget for 2021, and then the year-to-date budget, which means that it's the budget only, but the portion of the budget budgeted from January to March. So typically I spread the budget based on the last year's actuals. So for example, if we have a lot of revenue, usually like our tax revenue all comes in May. So I didn't spread that revenue from January to December. I recorded it as budgeted for May. So for an example, so the reason why you see there being a net expenditure rather than a net revenue under property taxes is because our requisitions get netted against our revenues and we start paying our requisitions before we ever collect tax revenue. Does that make sense? So that's why you see that there. And so really the biggest change there or what we wouldn't expect is that, and under other revenue, the budget for interest income, and I didn't catch it until I had done this report, I spread it per last year's actuals and it spread really interestingly. So when I took and adjusted that, there was actually, we were on budget for that. So not much to note there. General administration, pretty predictable all the way through. Council expenses were a little under than what we expected for many reasons. Mostly COVID, just you're not doing very much for, travel and conferences and such. And then under protective services, again, fairly predictable. Fires a little under. I think that's mostly just wages and the way the budget was spread. And then when you go to transportation, so there's two things here that kind of cause it to look better than what it actually was. One being that all our insurance is allocated in June, and for some reason, for this one for common services, it was in the quarter one. And so that shouldn't be. So we didn't actually pay that insurance yet, but we will. So it's just a deferral difference. And then the other one was utilities. We always get, we're always a month behind on utilities, not a month behind, but we pay them a month after. So in December, we accrue, in January, we get the bill, but it's actually for December, and it always causes that first month to be off. And then also the maintenance on roads in the first quarter was not as much as we had initially budgeted because we had virtually no snow and ice removal. So that was the biggest savings, I guess, in transportation. But to note that we are still in quarter one, we were ahead of budget, so it was good. And under utilities, we have water, sewer, waste. We did not spend as much on repairs in quarter one, but we caught up in quarter two, so not to worry. And under waste, the timing of the GFL bills were a little bit behind as well, which caused the difference there. But overall, we were just really, Owen and the team were really good at keeping an eye on the expenses, which caused us to be, I think, around $100,000 ahead of budget in utilities, which was awesome. And then community services. It was, as you see in the net, we were ahead of budget as well, so less of a net deficit than what we expected. And a lot of that is because ECDC we got a big chunk of ELCC grant income in Q1, but that was missed. The allocating of it was missed, so it was spread evenly throughout the year. So when we went back and put it into Q1, which I ended up doing, it just didn't make it onto the report. The estimated revenue or budgeted revenue for ECDC in Q1 was almost exactly what it ended up being. So nothing really out of ordinary there. FCSS, we were a little behind on collecting revenue and a little ahead on the wages for the most part, but FCSS goes in cycles and such. Like if we have a program, we have wages and such. So it's not 100%. I can't spread the budget perfectly because we don't know what's going to happen that year. And that's the biggest reason why that happens. And then planning and development. So I'm going to change kind of how it's presented next time because I didn't, the CTC is inside economic development, but in the future, I'll have a separate line for that. But nothing really to note. Pretty much, I mean, a little bit behind budget or ahead of budget, sorry, and which is great, but not a significant difference from budget. And Parks and Recreation, the expenditures or the net deficit was quite a bit lower than what we budgeted, and that was due to COVID. We couldn't perfectly predict how it was going to get affected with closures and such. And when you get to other, the only thing budgeted there is contingencies. We didn't have anything under that, so that was good. And then you get to the net, and we are about $750,000 ahead of budget as of Q1. And I just would like to note as well that even though we spread most of the budget based on last year's actuals, there are usually an abundance of expenditures in Q2 and Q3. So typically by June or definitely by the next quarter, we'll see us kind of catching up to budget. So I just pulled the numbers just to be able to tell you that at June 30th, we were still about $100,000 ahead of budget. So, which is great, but we did kind of even out a little bit. Yeah. And then if you go to the next page, it's kind of like the balance sheet information and just significant financial information that I thought council would like to know. So our general receivables, we are up this March compared to last March and as of Q1, but that is partially due to some large receivables that just happened to be on the books right at March 31st that we subsequently collected on. And utilities receivables, we are pretty much exactly where we were at last March. But we are higher than what I would like it to be on utility receivables. But I think in this next few months, I'll be bringing like a list of old receivables that are not collectible to council for a request for write-off. But right now, that's where it sits. Tax receivables from March to March, we are up mostly because of our a few tax rolls that we haven't been collecting on for a few years. I think you all probably know which ones I'm talking about. And when I pulled the receivable information as of yesterday, we were right on track compared to last year for collecting taxes. So, which is great. The taxes receivable as of today is much higher than 600,000 because we subsequently recorded all the revenue for the taxes. Right. But again, we're looking at March 31st. So lots happened since then. Our deferred revenue, we've used a lot, about 300,000, I guess, of the amounts that were deferred as of December 31st, which means it is money that we collected but had not yet spent or had not yet, money that we received for a specific purpose that we had not yet spent. So a really good example is like our MSI, gas tax funds, all those kinds of monies. And so we used a bunch of that already. And then our debenture balance, of course, decreased because we made several payments since December. However, we are starting to borrow, so you'll see that go up again. Our bank balance, reconciled bank balance, is down from December, not surprising because we don't collect a ton of money from January to May, but that balance is significantly up as of today. I think it's at 16 million today. Mm-hmm. And then our grants receivable, these are the grants that we are to receive but have not yet received. gas tax funds, it's about double that we are going to receive because of their initiative there. And MSI is also significantly higher than normal. MSI operating and the MSI, the transportation part of it, they're paying 434 this year. So we're getting about 2 million from MSI. Now we're going to expect this quarter anyways, I believe it's July or August, we should be seeing that money in our bank. And then our reserve balance, we don't make reserve adjustments typically throughout the year. We typically, at the end of the year, when we see what we've spent and what funds we've used out of, we adjust those balances. So that's the same balance from the financial information that was presented to you by our auditors. And then the last one is our capital project. So really isn't a ton to note here. We didn't spend all that much money in Q1 on capital projects, which is fairly common. I think we usually start, most of our projects really take off after final budget is approved. And also it just coincides with summer and springtime when a lot of our projects actually do happen. So we spent we spent about half the public works, that equipment. We've got the debenture funding in our bank now, and I believe Owen's pretty much done buying it, right? Yeah, as of today. And then the only other bigger amounts that we spent was we started the pool. We had some expenditures at the pool, and we finished up the raw water pump or high lift pump station. And then we had some wrap-up costs that weren't budgeted for. Those were some projects that were just projects with the county that we just had, there was some discrepancies on and couldn't agree on something. And we sat down earlier this year and figured some of that stuff out. So it ended up us paying out some and us receiving some information. So essentially we were both withholding on disagreements and we agreed to just wrap them up. And that's most of what that is. It has to do with the Ring Road and Trails projects. So the current, the year-to-date spending on capital as of March 31st was 629,000. And then as of when this report was done, which was mid-June here, it was 1.7 million is what we've spent on capital projects as of essentially today. That's it.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Ms. Thompson, for that very informative presentation. So is there any questions or comments for Ms. Thompson? Councillor Wheeler.
Thanks. I'm actually wondering about protective services. I'm wondering if you've heard if they have settled on their contract and how much of an increase there's going to be
On their contract.
on the RCMP.
Oh, I believe we've got no, I don't. I'm just trying to remember now.
I think it would be worth us checking out to see. I know we're spread out amongst a bunch of members and everything else, but if there is quite a substantial increase.
Well, we've already locked into, like, they've already done their budget for this. So their year is March to March, or like March, I think, or is it April to March?
Yeah, it'll happen April of next year.
Yeah. So I have not yet heard, but I am planning on looking at some of those details anyway. That was a summer project of mine, so I'll make sure to look into that as well. But right now, I don't have any updated information for next.
I know it's a ways out. I just heard that it could be
for sure. Yeah,
quite a bit. So
yeah.
Excellent. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Maggie.
Just to follow up on that, and so how would you know? Is that a K Division call, or is it an Ottawa call, or
K Division?
K Division should be sending out a memo to, like, that's who we hold our contract with. Yeah. I'd expect he would hear. I just was hearing from a member who had heard. So if they've heard, I'm assuming some decision-ish has been made somewhere. I wasn't sure if we had heard yet, that's all. Okay.
Just to follow up on that, the National Police Association, I believe, is their representative. And as of yet, there's, to our knowledge anyway, no decision has been made as of the last meeting that we had. So in any event, I think if there's any increases, it's going to be absorbed by the federal government until I think they come up with a new formula.
Thank you, Councillor Bass. Councillor Maggie, you have a follow-up question?
I do. Overall, as you were sort of making your presentation, you were generally leading towards the sort of the two-line statement that's going to hit the headlines. Can you tell me what it is?
Just that we're on budget.
On budget. Exactly.
And that everyone's been doing a really good job at knowing their budget and sticking to it. And if there's anything that maybe we didn't talk about during budgeting process, that I think the staff has been excellent at coming to me and saying, like, what can we make it work within our budget? Like what? So I think everyone's working together really great. So we are looking to be on budget right now. Of course, we're in the middle of the year, so it's hard to predict exactly, but
yeah,
my goal is to be very close to budget by the end of the year, so. Yeah.
So I just noticed that our franchise fees seems to be higher, and so that's a good trend for us, eh? But why exactly? That's the question.
Yes, the franchise fees are up a little bit, but I don't expect, I think ATCOs were down.
Okay.
So I can look quickly to see what they're as of today, but there is some timing. Sometimes ATCO takes forever to bill us. And so sometimes the timing kind of messes us up, but
okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Is there any comments or questions for Ms. Thompson? Nope. Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Thompson. Don't go too far, eh? Okay, so that finishes delegation items. Let's move on to our decision items. 6.1, new aquatic facility debenture bylaw 2021-10F, presented for first reading. Ms. Reason? Or is it Ms. Thompson?
It's me.
Excellent.
So it's that time, the time we've all been waiting for. We finally borrow for the pool. So as for the 2021 capital budget, the attached proposed borrowing bylaw 2021-10F is for the purpose of building a new aquatic facility. The project is budgeted at $21,241,320, of which $5,482,792 will be debentured. The remaining will be funded by various grants and donations, including federal, provincial, and local grants. The budget implications, of course, is that it will increase the town's debt and subsequent principal and debt repayments. And then just to note that, I don't know if anyone's really paying attention to the specifics, but we had budgeted for more to be borrowed. But when we were budgeting, we didn't have an agreement in place with Parkland County for their contribution. So when they contributed about $448,000, we were able to reduce our borrowing by that. And the remaining additional funds that are being fundraised, sponsorships, donations, anything like that, will go just to replenish our reserves thereafter. So essentially, we're going to end up borrowing for more at a lower interest rate, and then the donations will end up helping our reserves. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Councillor Ballas.
Just a couple of questions. Number one, is this money required in this year?
Yeah, so in order to, we could maybe get away with floating some of the costs, but we're going to get pretty close if we don't make sure. The reason for that is that we pay it and then we subsequently get refunded for part of it from the ISIP and the county and such. So we always have to put out money first. So it's just to make sure that we get our borrowing at a lower interest rate today, and B, so that just to make sure that we always have the money there. So I'm borrowing all of it rather than doing some this year and some next year.
Okay. And the second question, is it a possibility that all donated funds can go into a separate account, which can be used for the debenture borrowing payment?
Yes, it would have to be approved by council because of the way the budget was already approved. So we would just have to change that. But we have a reserve for the pool. So rather than with pulling the reserve and into the operating reserve, we could, that is a possibility. I don't see right now thinking, I don't really see why that would be really necessary, but that's definitely something I can look into.
No, you may not have to if we just gave me clarification. We got two reserves, general and a pool reserve.
Sure.
So this would just go into the pool reserve.
Right. So we already have, so we're essentially borrowing so that we can move the reserves and pad our reserves. So we already have 2 million in there, but we're borrowing and using that to pad our reserves. Does that make sense? But we could.
We have 2 million in the pool reserve.
Sure.
What you're going to pull out and put into general.
That's right.
reserves. The donations are going to go into general reserve.
Yeah. So we are going to reduce our portion of the cost of the pool by collecting donations and sponsorships. It's just that we are putting money out from our operating. And so then the pool, the sponsorship will come and reduce what our contribution was in the end. So it's not, yeah, I don't really see that we need to keep putting money into the reserve, but of course, that's something I can look into. But the sponsorships and the donations, it's just so that we can continue raising money so that in the end, it will cost the town's operating less.
Yeah, and I understand that. And what my position would be, I'd like to see that restricted basically for the pool, not for any other use.
Oh, for sure, yeah. But once we spent it, then we spent it. Does that make sense? We've already spent more than what the donations will be once we've finished building it. But yes, in the next 2 years, we can make sure that the money is, it's not in a reserve per se, but all the donations and revenues are donations and sponsorship are currently on our books in a separate account as it is. Yeah, we're tracking that also. So yeah, that it's not a reserve in, that's not the type of account that we have it in, but it is in a separate section being tracked. Yeah.
Certainly, yes, Councillor Ballas, if there's a concern with respect to how the sponsorships and how the donations are coming in, we're very, very cognizant of the fact that we need to recognize how they're being tracked in terms of being accountable back to those individuals who are asking for it. That's been something that's been solid within our accounting and financial system for years, whether it was with some of the previous projects in the past, we will continue to do that. Yes.
And interest is being earned on that money. So we're going to use that last. That money will be last. So we use all the grant funding and the debentures, and then at the end, we'll use the sponsorships and donations income. Yeah.
So interest payments is lower and interest back is higher?
So when we receive any sort of donation or sponsorship, not until it becomes donations, we don't always do this because they tend to be smaller.
Right.
But if we get like big grant funding, like MSI or gas tax funds or any sort of grant funding, and including the pool donations and sponsorships, we pay interest to that project because that's money we have in our bank account and we're earning interest on, and that interest income should go to that project because that money is for that reason, and it's generating revenue. So that will get allocated to the pool as well.
Just a follow up to the clarification that you mentioned that, we are using from the operations funds and then we are collecting donations. So the operation budget is for this year, right? So if the donation doesn't happen until end of this fiscal year and move to the next one, how are we going to?
So that like the best way to think of it is that 5 million is coming from Brazeau County, 448,000 is approximately, I don't know is it exactly, is coming from Parkland, and then we have our ISIP portion, so the remaining is about 7 million, I believe, is that what it's going to cost the town of Drayton Valley.
Right.
So we are funding it from what we have in the pool reserve, and we are funding it. So then going forward, the more they collect, it will go back against that. So that will reduce what it cost the town of Drayton Valley. So even though it's not necessarily going to go into a separate reserve, but it's just going to reduce what it had costed the town of Drayton Valley. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Any other questions? Councillor Dodds?
So what is the lifetime of the swimming pool? And then why did we go with 25 years on the debenture?
Because we were saving about $600 dang, I didn't bring it. I think we're saving almost $1 million in interest by cutting the debenture to 25 rather than 30 years. And we're only increasing our payments by less than $30,000 a year. That's why we did it, because the interest rate between the 25 and the 30 years is so significantly different right now that it just financially made sense to do it that way. And we can handle the cash flow.
I was actually thinking more the 20 years,
Oh.
25. And that's why I was asking too,
Yeah.
what's the lifetime of the pool too, just on the, does it exceed the 30 years?
The life expectancy of this pool is expected to be close to 45 years. Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So the idea is, I don't know how much you guys have talked about this, but the idea typically when we borrow is that everyone that's going to use that is going to pay towards that. So in 40 years, the taxpayers at that time will be using a pool that they didn't contribute to. Whereas if I would never borrow over 40 years, you can't even, but we don't typically cut it down really, really short, even though we'd save a lot of money, because then you guys are paying for it. And then when you cease to become taxpayers and the next generation is using the pool, they're not actually contributing to that. So that's one thinking behind it. And yeah, your borrowing capacity. So we don't want to trap too much. And then, yeah.
Councillor Ballas, I'm assuming you're going to make a motion? Oh, sorry. You can, yeah,
Yes,
yeah, go ahead.
it's a quick question. Water slide. In my mind, the idea of building a swimming pool that just has a big old chunk somewhere says future water slide is like going to a birthday party without a cake or balloons. How much is it going to cost on paper? And do we have any prospects looking at potentially funding it? Because I would hate to see that thing built without having a water slide there from the get-go.
It's a perfect name, exactly.
I have to call
Yeah, that
conflict
would-
here.
That would reduce the amount of print we need to make on sponsorship signage for sure. We can be very creative with naming rights. Thank you, Councillor Peoples. Yeah, we have been fairly clear with the public that it is at this point in time a future water slide. The entire water slide itself is close to $600,000. Now, the infrastructure is already included and is going to be funded. So the base, the structure, the foundation, all of the utility services leading up to the potential water slide. So that alone brings it down to around $350,000 in terms of what we need to put in that water slide. But I agree. I know that when we open up this facility and people walk in and they don't see a water slide, they will think that the facility is not complete. But that is the reason why we're being clear and making sure that people understand it is still a future water slide until we can find a sponsorship opportunity or the additional funds.
Councillor Peoples?
So what would be the timeline that we would need to know by for the team that's building this, in case that was something that people would think about at some point in time?
Thank you. The anticipated opening date is in November of 2022. Now work backwards on the need to install and then to order. And it takes anywhere from 10 to 12 weeks to bring in to order that slide. So you're working yourself to, 3-4 months before opening date as a critical time to know.
So, Councillor Ballas?
Just a question first. You said roughly 300,000, 350,000?
Yes, Councillor, that would be for the slide itself. So the
Right.
infrastructure is already part of the budget.
So why wouldn't we how much difference would it make in your debenture? Like, it wouldn't make a whole lot of difference, I don't believe.
So one of the things I can tell council is that the sponsorships are actually coming in very well. We've actually had to sit with our fundraising committee and create new ones. And that's very encouraging. We're hoping that within the next council meeting, there will be anywhere from 2 to 3 new sponsorship packages coming in front of council for approval. So what that has not been included in this So, you know, we could probably do some math, Counselor, to figure out based on those types of sponsorships coming in, and they're coming in within 5 years. Even though those naming rights are, the majority are for 10 years,
Yeah.
the payment is over 5 years. So we could probably do some quick math and figure out, okay, does the debenture have to be increased in order to allow that to occur? And already I see through the corner of my eye, Alberta is going, no, and I don't believe it does either. Because our sponsorship package over 5 years will certainly cover what that water slide will cost.
So you're suggesting we should just go ahead and say we're going to do the water slide? Sounded good to
Counselor,
me.
I would never put words in the mouths of a counselor.
But I think it's good words. Because I certainly would like to see that. And to me, I think that would also probably maybe enhance the ability to sell more sponsorships when you've got a complete pool.
Councillor Peebles?
Yes. Is there enough accounted for in what we're looking at borrowing to cover anything that may be foreseeable? Like we've totally taken everything fully in, because I even know the lines that we're hooking into, just trying to figure out some of the underground infrastructure, that there is always surprises that come up even that you don't necessarily anticipate. So do we have everything covered?
What,
Or is there?
thank you, Counselor.
And in the event that we had to say, oh, is it something you bump? Or is this like us making the call right now?
Thank you, Counselor. So with respect to what Ms. Thompson has outlined is that, yes, we have not calculated in a few things because there is extra on the debenture borrowing. That itself, as I've mentioned, some quick math in our head, we can easily say it's going to cover any potential for if there has to be another $350,000 bump up to get the water slide. There is also the boulder and traverse wall that is being planned. And again, too, the structure is there to support the bouldering wall. So that's already included in the budget of the facility. And we are still working with a prospective sponsor on that as well. And that could be around $200,000 to $200,000. So again, too, if we're looking at a total of $500,000 to $600,000, we can work within that, within this debenture. And of course, with sponsorships coming on board, again, too, each one of those is a potential sponsor attraction. Did I answer all the questions?
Sorry, Councillor Dodds?
So how often does the IDP team give an update on how the project is progressing along? Like if we're within budget or if they're over, just so if, for all these extras, if we're able to say, okay, we're projecting on target or we're below or above, so.
Thank you, Counselor. We have a meeting weekly. Every Tuesday, we spend time with the IPD team and we go over the budget. And yesterday we went over that budget again. So for instance, I can tell you that while the last time we reported, we talked about an escalation in cost of materials, steel being one of the big ones. Steel is actually coming to site right now. They should be finishing today in terms of bringing that steel. But we're seeing some very healthy decreases on the mechanical side. Anywhere up to about $305,000 of reductions on the mechanical side. So with the IPD process, they carry what they call risks. And the team is prepared to carry about a certain percentage. So there's about $700,000, $800,000 that they're prepared to carry as a risk to the project. And their objective is to remove those risks to allow us to get to what then is the wish list, where the water slide is one of those items. We have other items, though, on that wish list that have a higher priority, unfortunately, than the water slide. For instance, plastic lockers versus the metal lockers, because metal lockers rust. So we are very optimistic that we will get to that point, and we're thinking that by September we'll be in a good position to know financially where we're going to sit with the risks, because a lot of the risks happen to be associated with the land, the ground, and what might happen with some of the initial equipment purchases. So those equipment purchases by September 1st, we're likely going to know a lot of that information. So with that, we can then sort of reduce the risk register which then bumps up our opportunity to take a look at the wish list items. So yesterday, everybody was very optimistic on the team. We still have about 400,000 of the risk register that sits there, which the team would then have to be responsible for, but they're very optimistic and they were very happy yesterday. So I can't convey that.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Reason. Councilor Bellis, you're going to make a motion, I believe.
Sure, I will. I move that council get first readings proposed borrowing bylaw 2021-10-F.
Thank you for that. Is there any comments, question more than what we've discussed already? Okay, seeing none, I'll then ask the question. All in favor? Unanimously carried. Thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Thompson. Okay. No, just the first reading today, right? Yeah, community, yeah. Thank you for that question, Councillor Maggie. Okay, moving on to 6.2, appointment of deputy mayor. Mr. Reason.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Through the Municipal Government Act, it states that council must appoint one or more councillors as deputy chief elected official. So that one councillor will hold that office at any one time. And of course, the office to be filled at all times. As per policy C0314, the position of deputy mayor for the town of Drayton Valley is held on a rotating basis for a term of 8 months. The order of rotation is based on the number of votes each councillor received in the election in descending order. However, within policy C0314, council may choose to change the order of appointments. In keeping with that provision, council amended the order of appointments following a vacancy in late 2018. So the amended order is as follows. Councillor Farrell Wheeler, October 25. Do you want me to read this out?
No.
Thank you very much. I will go then to the one that is of critical importance, and that is for the period July 1st of 2021 to October 31 of 2021. Councillor Thomas McGee. Again, no budgetary impact, so the potential motions are listed as such.
Thank you for that. Okay, I saw Councillor Dodd's hand first.
Easy one. I would like to make that motion. That council approve the appointment of Councillor Tom McGee as the deputy mayor for the period July 1st, 2021 to October 31st, 2021.
Okay, Councillor Peebles, you have comments?
Yeah, excited to have Tom from Canada Day to Halloween, but I just want to say, Councillor Gamana, you did a really good job. And I've actually watched you grow through this period, and even this meeting wasn't an easy one that you took on today. So just good job, my friend.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Peebles. Excellent. So then I'll ask the question. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to 6.3, appointment of substitute returning officer. Again, oh, okay.
Okay.
So it's a quick bathroom break, but we'll move on. Ms. Reason, go
Okay,
ahead.
sorry. There's no pecuniary interest there. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So through the Local Authorities Election Act, and recognizing that we have election coming up this year, October 18th this year, an elected authority must by resolution appoint a substitute returning officer by June 30th of the year in which the election occurs, so that being this year. So again, too, that substitute returning officer would just carry on the duties of the returning officer should the returning officer not be in any capacity to do so. So administration is recommending Jennifer Stone to fill that position as substitute returning officer.
Perfect. Any question, comments, or somebody can make a motion? Okay, Councillor Wheeler.
Thank you. I move that council appoint Jennifer Stone as the substitute returning officer for the town of Drayton Valley for the 2021 general municipal election.
Perfect. Now I'll ask the question. All in favor? I believe Bill was on favor too, so it's unanimously carried. 6.4, member appointment to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, SDAP. Ms.
Thank
Teresa.
you again, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Town Bylaw 2018-03D, Section 4 requires that the Subdivision Development Appeal Board consist of 5 members at large who shall be appointed by resolution of Town Council for a term of up to 3 years concurrent with their training certification. There are members who have their term expiring July 22nd, 2021. That's Charlie Minor, Sheldon Fusen, Heather Anderson, and Graham Long. All 4 members have applied to renew their terms, subsequently completed their refresher training during spring of 2021. So potential motions are listed for the reappointment. So for council's consideration.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Teresa. Any questions or comments? Somebody can make a motion, please. Oh, Councillor Dodds.
Sure, I'd like to make a motion that council appoint Charlie Minor and Sheldon Fusen for a 3-year term expiring on March 16th, 2024. Heather Anderson for a 3-year term expiring on April 13th, 2024. And Graham Long for a 3-year term expiring on June 8th, 2024 as board members to the Subdivision Development and Appeal Board for the Town of Drayton Valley.
Thank you, Councillor Dodds, and welcome back, Councillor Bellows. So I'll ask the question. All in favor? Oh, sorry. There's a.
Just before, I note that, and I hadn't really sort of looked at it, but some boards, committees have specific positions for certain demographics. So please answer the following. And we have an age category there. It's tough to get the demographics, I take it, right?
For SDAB, yeah, you have to go through training and all that too, right? So. Perfect. Sorry, Farrell.
I was just to say, some of our boards have structures where they require different ages, which is why it's on the form in general, because we use the same form for every board that you apply for. Like if we're looking for a youth member, with this one, we're not. It's just random.
Sounds excellent. Thank you. I'll ask the question again. All in favor? Carried unanimously. 6.5, appointment of clerk to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. Ms. Teresa.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The Municipal Government Act, Section 6271, requires the council establish a Subdivision Development Appeal Board. It also requires that in the development of that appeal board that we're looking for the appointment of a clerk. And Mrs. Sabine Landmark, our administrative assistant for the town of Drayton Valley, has completed her refresher training. That's a basic standard training program approved by Municipal Affairs. And administration is recommending that Mrs. Landmark be appointed as a clerk to the SDAB for a period of 3 years until June 8th, 2024.
Thank you, Ms. Reason. Any comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the question again. All in, sorry, somebody can make a motion.
I would that council appoint Ms. Sabine Landmark as the clerk to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board to the town of Drayton Valley for the 3-year term expiring June 8th, 2024.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Councillor Maggie. Okay, now I can ask the question. All in favor? Carried unanimously. 6.6, new Aquatic Center amenity sponsorship rights agreement for approval. Ms. Reason.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. As the discussion that we had just a bit earlier does again allude to the fact that together with the Community Aquatic Facility Committee, we are embarking on a very, very aggressive campaign for sponsorship for the new aquatic facility. And in this fundraising program, not only are donations received, but also naming sponsorships for various amenities within the facility. And one of the organizations coming forward is our Drayton Valley Community Foundation. And they have assigned an agreement looking at naming the multipurpose room, the Drayton Valley Community Foundation multipurpose room. So again, the sponsorship is for a period of 10 years, payment to occur over the first 5 years, and for a total of $75,000 for that sponsorship. So the agreement is here. For council's approval, I just want to make one highlight with respect to the multipurpose room will also help the Community Foundation in advancing its cause, its mandate, as well as the number of things that they do within the community, because there's no other place right now that they get to showcase what the foundation is all about. So this will be a very nice blend between the aquatic facility and what the Community Foundation is doing in our community.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Dreesen. Any comments or questions for that? Councillor Maggie?
It was just kind of curious, and maybe I'm missing something, but the potential motions are the options for sponsorship of rights agreement from Ridgeback. Is that just a typo, or? And then we go into the motion.
Sorry, where?
Yes, Councillor McGee, that is a typo.
Oh.
Yes, so the motions themselves are correct, but
Yeah.
the
Correct,
title
yeah,
on four
okay.
is incorrect. Good catch.
Yeah,
But
thank you for
I
that.
would make that motion that council approve the sponsorship rights agreement between the town and the Drayton Valley Community Foundation as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Maggie. Any questions on the motion? Okay, I'll ask the question. All in favor? Carried unanimously. 6.7 was, no? You can, okay, perfect. 6.7 community dinner road closure request.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will speak on behalf of Tom Thompson, who's not available at this time. The Drayton Valley Community Foundation is hosting the community dinner. So it's nice to see the community dinners coming back into our community. The tentative date at this time, July 16th, they're requesting to have 51st Street between 51st Avenue and 52nd Avenue closed to traffic for that time from 5 until 9, allowing the community dinner to, again, close the street and have more than just a dinner, but to also bring in live music. So this is also a shift from the weekly time from a Tuesday to a Friday. So I think everyone is familiar with our community dinners. There are a couple of resolutions available to council. There might be some comments on it as well.
Thank you, Ms. Dreesen. Before we make a motion, is there any question for administration? Councillor Peebles?
Just a comment. I had a chat with Mr. Mulligan at the break, and it looks like they're trying to get some of their details together, but it's taking a little bit longer than they had anticipated. So they're hoping that maybe we would change it to August 20th to allow them more time as they figure out some of the special things they're trying to put together.
Ms. Dreesen?
Yes, thank you. There are a number or a couple of options that this council can do. We can either just table this motion until we know for sure the date,
right,
or we can just defer to the, we have a special meeting on July the 14th, which then might help with knowing what that particular date might be. So, or just a friendly amendment to recognize the new date.
New date, right? Yeah. Councillor Dodds?
Sure, I can make a motion to table that.
Sure. Just a quick question. If
you can't?
No, I can't. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. She hasn't made the motion yet.
So would it be, Sabina, would it be P motion B then? Or do I want to just change it to table?
Thank you, Councillor. There's no further clarification. I don't think it's just as simple of the date. So if there is a.
Sorry, can I ask a question before? Yes, thank you. Sorry, my question is that if we table the motion, do we have a council meeting before, if they're going ahead with July 16th, we will have a problem, right?
There is a special council meeting set up for July the 14th that we could add it to that agenda quickly.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Councillor Dodds.
Okay, no pressure. So I'd like to make a motion to table.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Dodds. Okay. All in favor of tabling motion? Okay.
And then can I ask a question?
I'm sorry?
Can I ask a question?
I don't think you can now. It's tabled.
Can I just ask a question to Corey? Are they planning on having a community dinner in July, or will it not start till August?
It looks like they're going to postpone it till August, their community dinner. No, I don't think there'll be one in July, and they're working closely with White Bull and some entertainment. They want to make it really spectacular, and I think they're talking to the farmers market. They just want to make it a big fun shindig in the summer. So they just, and so, a lot of times for a lot of people, shindig includes alcohol. So sometimes AGLC
yeah.
takes a little while, hence the delay.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Peebles. Okay, so let's move on to 6.8 then, Omniplex ice fees. Ms. Reason and
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'll ask Derek Starnes to join us at this time. And I'll just go through the briefing first. On May 5th, Town Council approved the 2021 fee schedule with the exception of the Omniplex ice fees. Recreation Committee was tasked with compiling the rental rates based on information obtained through the Recreation Omniplex manager. Obviously, the objective looking at having to deal with a significant decrease in the funding that received through the Recreation Cost Sharing Agreement from Brazeau County and how we might take a look at finding ways to compensate for that loss. There were a number of things that the Recreation Committee had a look at. Our first, of course, was looking at the operating cost per hour, which we did significant work in the past to establish what that is. Taking a look at where our fees have been established for the last several years, what the actual average increase was prior to that time, how our recreation funding was impacted, taking a look at what the potential might be, not only with recovery from COVID, but also between economic downturn and any significant increase in rental fees, what that might be for what it might mean to each of those sports. Making, of course, some assumptions, what might occur should we take a look at a rebate program, and certainly what happens with other users such as school groups. So with that consideration and with a great deal of work, administration came up with a proposal outlining what those fees would need to be increased to. And it worked out to an approximate 25% increase in the ice fees as a base rate. And then, of course, looking at town residents receiving a rebate program. There are some figures there in terms of what those numbers were listed to, but in the attachment, it starts to speak to the ice rental rates as outlined in terms of the 2021 rates, a 3% increase that would apply to everyone, including town residents. And then finally, what that 25% increase would bring it to with an indication that we would work with each of the groups administratively to deal with the rebate system. I know that since that time, there have been some actions and comments, and the Recreation Committee met with the majority of the user groups within the Omniplex, and we've seen some responses and heard some responses back from a couple of those user groups. So it is open for discussion and review and consideration for council.
thank you, Ms. Reason. Is there any comments or questions for administration first? Councillor Wheeler?
Yeah, so mine is related to actually managing the rebate system and what that's going to look like. And I know in here there's some communications about it, but I want to make sure I have clarification and understanding that the community does as well. Simply put, that if there is 10 kids on, doesn't matter which team, that have time rented, there will just be the rebate for those 10 kids going to that club in general for that year, that it isn't going to be phased over multiple years or anything like that.
Thank you, Councilor Wheeler. This has been probably a very difficult thing in terms of trying to come up with the administrative way of how to manage this. We recognize that we don't work on the basis of every town resident or every county residents coming in and paying the town directly. They pay through these user groups. And again, too, through the course of a year, that percentage of town residents, county residents may change depending on people moving in, people moving out of the system, moving into town or moving out into the county. So we've had to take a look at saying, well, how do we propose this on an average basis, recognizing that we don't know what they pay individually, but what does the organization pay overall, and how do we get that? So we had worked out a basis based on the previous years to say, this is what it would generally look like. Now, we wouldn't work on anything until we knew the actual numbers going into the registration for September 1st. Those are the numbers that we would use, and then we would project it for a full year. The initial thought with administration and with the Recreation Committee was that we would then allocate that to the organizations in terms of the rebate, and they would administer it back to the town residents. We know that one organization is not looking at doing that. And so we've talked with an administration and finance, and Derek here has certainly worked out the method and the capability that we can administer it within the town office. So again, too, organizations work differently. We've heard that minor hockey has a different approach to how they want to take this year, and it is 1 year. And yet another organization is saying that no, they won't be doing that. They cannot. They don't have the financial capacity to cover any shortfall, and they're looking for a rebate. So each organization is going to be different.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Peebles first, and then Councillor Dodd or Councillor Bellis.
Thank you. And hi, Derek. Nice to meet you. Nothing like something like this to be the first time we hang out together today. So I have I guess a question for Ms. Dreesen on this one. So we've been in the thick of our arbitration process, and so we have a very clear understanding that this needs to be a 50-50 approach. Everything is in the hands of arbitration at this point. Could we be in some way shooting ourselves in the foot by creating solutions for ourselves to a problem that we see as a full community problem? Do you get what I'm saying on that point? And do we have any idea when we would be hearing back from arbitration?
Thank you, Councillor Peebles. I'll answer that first question, or the last question first. We have no anticipated date at this time. However, both parties have indicated who they are appointing to the arbitration team for the municipalities. We know the arbitrator. I had expected that we would hear something by now in terms of the initial meeting. And as far as when it would start, we have not heard. So we are not aware of any sort of arbitration schedule at this time. And yes, we also don't know how long the arbitration will be. It could be something fairly quick. It could be something that could take up to a year. We know that we can't go past April 30th of next year because that is the deadline for municipal affairs. With respect to, are we sort of compromising any position that we have? I think it's a matter of the reality, what we are facing as reality. This council has been put into a difficult situation of having to address a $600,000 shortfall, not only from last year, but also this year because of the decrease in funding. And personally, if I were to take a look at this and say, okay, well, what are we doing to try to compensate it for it? I mean, council is in its rights to say, how do we readdress the shortage of funding? The community picture in terms of how do we address this as a community is a larger question. And certainly something where we know that when it comes to the community, a two-tier fee system generally breaks that community apart. That's all I can say in terms of that definition between what you are faced with as a council and what you look at when you go together and look at the user groups as a community.
Thank you, Ms. Dreesen. Councillor Bellis, you have a question? No? Councillor Wheeler?
Yeah, I think it definitely is a concern when, like Corey says, we're going to arbitration to be discussing, but I do have concerns that if arbitration isn't resolved until early next year or some point of what we're going to do for this year and moving forward. I mean, for me, this is one facility and this is just the tip of the iceberg. We're lucky in that we potentially have a choice and we can compensate right now for some amount of this, but we won't be able to do it forever and things will get neglected and facilities won't be maintained. And at some point, there won't be the funds to do those renovations and upgrades because we haven't been investing in our recreation. We're limping by and paying staff. And for me, that's not okay and not how I want to plan for the future. And if I had a guarantee that arbitration was going to be in the next 2 or 3 months to settle fairly soon, then I'd be all in favor of waiting, because this isn't a road that any of us wanted to go down. But I think that it's also prudent that we do start down this. It doesn't mean it has to stay. If arbitration comes and things get sorted, I would love that. And to hopefully reverse any of the system we have to set up. But as of right now, I think we need to be starting to plan. And that's what this is, because we're in June, we're planning for the things. This is the fee schedule piece that changes in September, which is why it's only this piece. But this will be happening potentially at all of our recreational facilities, because we're not funded by a facility specific, it's just in general. And so I think that we need to be looking at moving this forward, and we need to be thinking long-term about where our facilities are going to be at and how we're going to get there. And like I said, this is just the start and a small piece, but we also have to take that step at some point.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. Councillor Ballas?
Just before,
Go ahead.
can I just go ahead of you, Bill? I agree with Councillor Wheeler in all of her remarks. And to tie it back into even what Councillor People is suggesting is that if I was going to use arbitration as the key to all of this, if I was an arbitrator and we managed to get our $600,000 somehow, then what's the problem? As opposed to going in now saying we got a problem. To that point that Councillor Wheeler's making is we have to maintain, we have to, all these things have to be done. We can't do it on our own. And we may have to go into some form of a rebate program or double billing, and we've had this discussion over and over and over. And I just think at some point, the message has to go out, and it's not out there. It's just not there. And I think I'll go back to my normal comment is, what's the headline on this one? What's the headline on minor hockey? Minor hockey's covering. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. I think it's not the headline I think that we want. I think the headline we want is that we have to do this together as a community. Everybody has got to come to the table. Somehow we have to get that out of. And that might have to come through arbitration.
Thank you, Councillor Maggie. Councillor Ballas?
Thank you. One question is that we're just talking about the Omniplex right now, but are we going to also rebate for the swimming pool, for other recreational activities as well?
That's what I would like to see.
Thank you, Councillor Ballas. Administration has been directed to establish the operating costs for each of the facilities that are recognized within the recreation cost sharing agreement. So as we are doing that, it's being brought forward to the Recreation Committee. So again, it's again a council decision as to which facilities are going to be part of call it a two-tier fee system or a rebate system.
And I think we should be looking at the big package, not just one individual facility. And you know what, when I look at what minor hockey is doing, and they're, you know, I'm surprised the town residents aren't creating some kind of backlash in that, and maybe they will, I don't know. Because they're still, their town residents are subsidizing county residents with this decision. So it doesn't make much sense to me. And in our policy, if we're going to say town residents are going to receive a rebate, then if they're going to receive a rebate, then let's find out what kind of rebate they're going to receive, whether can a form not be made saying, okay, you're a town resident, you got to come in, you got to prove that you're a town resident, you got to show us that you're a member of minor hockey, you got to show us that you're a member of the swimming pool. Here's what you paid, you'll get a 25% reduction, and we'll eventually cut you a check. Because I mean, we can go all over the place with this.
You have a follow-up question for that?
We have to come up with some kind of a plan. And I think it has to be inclusive, not just exclusive.
Thank you. Councillor Wheeler, you go ahead and then I have a comment as well.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is some of the, for us, like the rates that we set for the Omniplex, the pool or whatever are easy because we can rebate 25% of that because that's our rate. The trouble is that those clubs don't just charge those rates, right? When you pay for minor hockey, you're paying for a part of their club fees, you're paying for their association fees and everything else. So we would have to get a breakdown of how many hours each club has in terms of if we were going to rebate people, how many hours they were out there. Like for me, that to rebate individually sounds insane. And I know it's doable. It's just crazy depending on which club, which program, how many hours, and they would all be different. Like, and I think that when we're talking to those associations, that our whole point was that it was through them because they rent for us, right? And so that their members, when they're paying their membership fees, they know which portion is their ice fees or their pool fees or anything else. And our rebates would be on that and they would be able to, just not charge that. For them, I don't think they need to set up a rebate system because that's a lot of work for them too. And there's no need to. We know at the beginning of the year, right, how much ice time they're booking because in general it's committed to, right? As well as what the fee is going to be. And so for us to set up a system where they'd be able to know if you're in town, you only pay $200. If you're in the county, you're paying your $300, whatever the fee is for different clubs. But they don't have to do a rebate as well. It can be from the very beginning, knowing what they're going to charge.
Agree on, exactly.
Yes, that is those clubs. And we can't go around trying to hold different clubs accountable. Ultimately, we are rebating our town residents and giving it back to them. And I'm the same page as you that I'm pretty sure those parents in those clubs, if we decide to go with this, because the trouble is we also haven't decided. So minor hockey also can't announce that formally this is what's happening, that I think people will step up and say, I'm in town, I would like my rebate, please.
Yeah.
No, because we haven't made a decision on it yet. They can't put it out there. That's what I'm saying. We have to make a decision to start and to smooth out the process. If we don't decide on this, it doesn't have to be today, but it needs to be soon so that we can make sure that it is available to them. And we work with those clubs to make sure that it's easy for them as well. We don't want anyone to be burdened.
I think, thank you, Councillor Wheeler. I think for me, I just, looking at the big picture is that from 2020, 2021, like Councillor Maggie mentioned, we are not coming to the table as a community. The county hasn't been funding the recreation the way that they've funded before, right? So that's the issue that we're trying to fix right now. And it's not fair that town residents subsidize county residents for 2 years already going forward. And I don't know how long that arbitration would, happen and resolve, but maybe another year. So there's 3 years already that's going on. So I think it's prudent that, like Councillor Wheeler said, that we're looking at the big picture and create this mechanism to do that. The weeds, the figuring out what's best and how to do the process. I think administration, you can look at that and the direction that council is giving. And if you could, I agree that it need to finally go to the end user of the town somehow. If it stops at the organization level, though, if it doesn't go down towards the end user, that defeats the purpose of what we are trying to do as well. Councillor Wheeler and then Ms. Dreesen after.
Really different question. I'm wondering, Derek, if you would be able to potentially give us an about number, not right now, of what this actual difference would be. Like say the Omniplex makes $5 in user fees every year. And by adding this difference on, we're making $6. And if we know we have a $600,000 deficit, right? How much of that are we making up? And this is only one facility, so I wouldn't expect it to be anywhere near that. But in general, how much is this actually making potentially?
No, thank you, Counselor. We can certainly look at that because that is one of the things. And as we've mentioned, we would take the average of the last 3 years, which has been the basis for trying to get a system together on this one. And yeah, it's, we recognize that the $600,000 deficit or shortfall is spread over a number of facilities, not just the Omniplex. We can do that. And if I may, Mr. Deputy Mayor, just in terms of the conversation I'm hearing so far from council, I will say that, yes, it is accurate that this council has not made any decision yet. So the community is not aware of any potential rebate being given back to town residents. As Councillor McGee likes to always ask the question of what is the headline? I think that is something perhaps then that we have to simply state and again, if this is something that council supports, that we recognize that yes, there will be a rebate system on recreation fees to be determined as to which facilities they impact, but certainly the Omniplex at this time. Again, I'm paraphrasing, I'm trying to summarize where we are with this headline. So if there's any difference to that, then let me know. But I think that's first and foremost the message that I'm hearing needs to be projected. And your administration, we've been through this before, having to do some extra work on the side of a rebate system is no different than what we had to do with a refund system for COVID. So we've had to administer that program. We could administer this program as well. So each group is going to be a little different, but we can treat them in the same way, in the same fashion. How they wish to deal with that may be different on their own terms, such as minor hockey is done.
Excellent. Councillor Bellis?
I think at this time, I'd just like to make a motion to table this item for further discussion.
I guess we can't have any conversation after the tabling motion. So
a motion hasn't been made. We've been discussing, but we haven't technically made a motion, so you can't, there's nothing to table. At this point, no one just makes a motion and we can bring it back.
he just made a motion to table the
To table what? Uh-huh. Is anyone else picking up what I need?
yeah.
I need the legislative services here.
Do we have to have a motion to table the motion?
Yeah, you got to table something.
Okay, so sorry, is there somebody can make a motion first then? Discussion. My understanding is that we can table the discussion, not the motion, because we haven't made a motion, right? So we're having a discussion and Councillor Bellis is tabling the discussion for now without making any motion. That's my understanding. I don't know if
I do believe that we also have an option to defer the matter to the next meeting of council. So that would, again, in effect, present the same option, but it means that it is coming back to the next meeting. Tabled motion means that somebody would have to make a motion to bring it off the table. This one makes it part of a deferral, means it will be at the next meeting. July 21st is the next meeting. That's a special
meeting, yeah.
The regular meeting is July 21st.
Would you like to accept a friendly amendment, Councillor Bellis, for that?
Just a thought, Bill, what you were saying was that you want to look at a bigger package altogether and have that brought to council. So unless you want a direct administration to put something like that together, if that's what you're suggesting, or do you wanting to have this conversation about the specific one again?
Well, let's have that discussion.
So we have a
To make it easy, let me make a motion.
no, we have a
I know that.
we have a table motion. So we have to,
We have no tabling motion because we have nothing to table. I'll make a motion that the town council approves the proposed 2021 ice rental rates as presented. So now we have a motion.
Okay, and
I
then,
make a motion to table that motion.
okay, so all in favor for the tabling motion first? I oppose. It's carried. Councillor.
Just for, and welcome, Derek. Welcome to the jungle. Just for us going forward, and essentially what we're proposing is a ton of work, hey? Saying, hey, what is it actually going to cost? What would it actually look like if we reflect it as a whole package? What would be the amount of time that you guys would realistically need to put something like that together to have it brought forward?
I have been working on it since I started. So, and we're close. I gave Annette some numbers on Friday. I'm still working on them. I didn't want those to be the final numbers that we presented or brought forward or put out there. So I'm still working on those. I mean, I'll be done by July 21st easily. Whether we want to bring everything here for that next meeting or just discuss that. So yeah, we'll have something together.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you, Derek. Councillor Dodds?
Could we not bring it to a GNP first to have further discussion? Or we'd bring it all with the new information and have it at the next regular council? I don't know.
Again, Councillor, I will defer this answer to council. I know that there are some things that, again, too, what do you discuss in public forum? What do you discuss in closed session? So
Yeah, but our GNP is not public?
they're also,
public.
yes, there are
Public
public,
forum.
there are public portions of that as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not saying to go in closed, I'm saying to having it in a public forum like GNP, like we normally would.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Councillor Bellis, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just, for clarification, when you're doing these numbers, can you tell me what you're all including in getting numbers for?
I can answer that. Thank you, Councillor. So the facilities within the recreation cost sharing agreement are the ones that we are addressing. So when we are addressing cost sharing agreement, and because we're looking at this shortfall, then of course we should only be looking at those elements of our recreation facilities that have been contributed through that recreation cost sharing agreement. So the Omniplex in its entirety, the pool, the Forest Skate Park, Splash Park, our tennis pickleball courts, the diamonds and pitch within the West Valley Park, the Park Place soccer pitch. Those are our facilities within the recreation cost sharing agreement. EPAC is recognized underneath a separate agreement. And then of course, the only county facility is the Brazeau Sports Park, but we're not addressing that one. The types of expenditures, it's absolutely everything that goes into the expenditures, the operational expenditures for those facilities, not capital, but the operational expenditures. So Derek has been spending a fair amount of time looking at the records, not just within finance, but also dealing with public works, because he has to calculate out how much time do we spend on maintenance of the Forest Skate Park or the pickleball courts. So then we have to come up with, well, not everybody uses those facilities, so how do we break this down? So we actually relied on some national statistics and surveys that speak to what's the percentage of a population that uses these facilities. So we are getting as best as possible a evidence-based formula for the information to be presented back to council. So yes, we're close.
So our parks aren't included?
Not the general
Playgrounds.
parks, no. Our playgrounds are not included, our green spaces are not included because it's not part of the recreation cost sharing agreement. So, you know, that could be if council wants us to take a look down the road and say, well,
no.
Okay, thank you.
I was just wondering if Public Works has somewhat of a breakdown as to what they may spend on going to the skate parks and so on.
It's back there, but I'll let.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and I met with Nick, the parks lead hand. I met with Nick to go over that. So we have a pretty rough idea of what they spend as part of the expenditures and the equipment they use and the people that they have. So
Thank you, Councillor Bellis. So, Mr. Reason, do you think that we can have the information ready for the next GNP? Which
That would make it on July the 14th. We will endeavor to do so. It may not be part of the agenda package, so if it's all right, if we just bring it for that day.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Stern. And welcome back. 6.9, urban housing program inventory purchase of duplex. Leave Ms. Treason.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I guess I will follow up. This is a continuation of an RFD that was presented at the last council meeting. Of course, in 2007, we had a number of different
Thank you.
housing units established through the course of grant funding through the provincial government. And at that time, a significant demand for affordable housing. Although the situation has changed somewhat, we are still needing affordable housing and what we shall say is a diversity of need for our housing program. We've also had an organization within our community, the Drayton Valley Helping Humans Housing Foundation, create additional units within the community. That organization has now approached the town, looking to the town to purchase one of its duplexes to allow it to expand its services to address a different population within our community. So at the May 5th, 2021 special council meeting, town council passed its 2021 final budget, capital budget. Within that capital budget, an allocation of $300,000 was approved to purchase housing units to enhance our own urban housing program. The Housing Foundation requested a total of $360,000 for the purchase of their unit located at 4733 and 4735 50th Ave. However, as that exceeds the value that's granted to administration under the town's purchasing and tendering policy, the matter was referred to council for final decision. At the June 9th, 2021 regular council meeting, town council passed a motion to direct administration to get an appraisal, as well as coming forward with a cost estimate of the necessary renovations and repairs. That information has been added to your package in terms of the information and was also distributed separately just because of some FOIPable information. So you have that in front of you as well too. Thank you, Bree, for distributing that. The additional items talk about not only just the appraisal, but also our cost estimate to do the repairs, as well as some indication that council requested on whether this was a cost benefit or the cost benefit analysis was actually achievable. So that information has been presented as well. So your administration is here to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Reason. Is there any questions or comments regarding that before we go to a motion? We'll give it a minute to sink in. Just a question for me, Mr. Reason. The appraisal and the asking price, did it come pretty close to each other?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The appraisal price for the one side is 165,000, the other is 170,000. With respect to that total then 335,000. So I also reached out to the Housing Foundation to find out if they were amenable to the results that we acquired, not only through the appraisal, but also through the cost estimate of the renovations. And I did receive a response this morning saying that the Housing Foundation is still looking for $360,000 for the purchase of the duplex.
Thank you, Mr. Any other questions? Councillor Maggie?
I don't think I have any question other than, what's the plan? What's the plan? I mean, we have, and you've heard me say this before, is that we have a housing authority based over at Shangri-La who deals with some stuff. And we've got some stuff going on over here. And we've got Humans Helping Humans over here. And now we're just we purchased two buildings. And I just don't feel like we have a plan. I just think we're just meandering along and tick, 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 tick. And actually, to be quite honest with you, I can't vote in favor because I think we need to take and put a housing authority together that says, and then when they come back to us with the advice of what the community needs, exactly what it needs in the sense of maybe it's new senior housing projects and those kinds of things. If we've got those things and it's there, then you can feel the confidence of saying, okay, I get it, right? And I'm not at all looking at my administration for the answer to this. It's just where it is. And I think I went by yesterday and had a little look and I thought, you know what? I wouldn't buy it and rent it out myself. And so I don't think I can get there with community dollars to buy it. I just don't think I can do that. So, and the hardest thing for it is Humans Helping Humans need a hand. They need to change the direction. They need to get some things going, but I don't think we can do it just like that. I think we have to put a plan together. I would make some sort of a recommendation coming out of some meeting that we collectively get a housing authority. Put that stuff under one roof, get somebody looking after it. And we have one now, as I say, through the Shangri-La, but I think they're ready to have a conversation, come together. So that's just from my point of view.
Thank you, Councillor Maggie. Councillor Dodds?
So I think I asked this before. Do we have a housing strategy plan, or did we have one, or what would it take to put one in place, or?
Thank you, Councillor Dodds. There was a housing strategy plan that was conducted, I'm going to have to say 8, 9 years ago. And again, too, it just talks about making sure that we can create a diversity of housing units to take a look at that continuum. So it talks everywhere from saying, okay, how do we deal with homeless all the way to transitional housing, to low income, to rental units, to, of course, home ownership. So that plan is in place. We have had a conversation in the past with previous administration of the Brazeau Foundation, and we were close to establishing what we thought would be that ultimate plan. Unfortunately, it fell apart. I have reached out to the current administration. I haven't heard back. But that would be the efforts again to Councillor McGee. If you can assist with that, that would be great. As far as, how do we approach this in its entirety? It is certainly something that has been approached before. It is certainly something where efforts have been made in the past. And sometimes you have to do things separately in order to move anything forward. And no disrespect to making that plan and really trying to understand it. This one has been very difficult to put into a scenario that speaks to it. I totally understand what Councillor McGee is after. I fully understand that there needs to be an overall vision and picture for it, and we're not there. We do have an organization that is looking to take on the problem of homelessness. So how do we deal with that organization as its own entity, or how does that have to sort of wait until we have a plan?
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Peebles.
Yeah, and to that point, I don't know if there's an organization in town that can tackle homelessness. And even just from sitting on this committee for almost a year now, it has to be a community thing. There has to be multiple ideas, multiple ways of doing it, and giving people permission to run is a kind of a feeling that I have. And I don't think Housing First is going to solve it specifically. I don't think just giving them food is going to solve it. I think there is a combination effort that we'll come up with as a community that will. I personally fully agree with Tom on this one, because even when I look at those houses, I actually know somebody who used to live in one of those houses, a single mom that lived in that house. I actually have 3 friends of mine that at a period of their life, and now they've gone on to do other things. They have their own mortgages and stuff, but they were right on that threshold of poverty. And they put in 5,000 hours of community service to get to the place where they had that mortgage and that was theirs. And there was pride that came from it, and they went on to do great things. Humans helping humans. Habitat for Humanity wouldn't even look at us, and Hack and a crew of people took it upon themselves with a lot of community initiative to try to help lift people out of poverty. And I don't think we're done with that mandate. Like, I personally, what I'd like to see is still see there's 10,000 hours of community service and 2 families that could be living in these houses. I feel like that would be a better fit in this season than to for the town to buy it and just add it to our portfolio of rentals that we have at this point, because it's kind of a different mandate. And without a plan, yeah, I wouldn't be able to support it today.
Thank you, Councillor Peebles. How I see this, it's, I agree with some of the comments that Councillor Maggie and Councillor Peebles mentioned, but in my mind, the Human Helping Humans Foundation itself has been in our community for a number of years. And like Councillor Peebles mentioned, Habitat for Humanity was not going to come here, but Human Helping Humans took on that mandate, and they did a fantastic job on that. Regarding the overall picture, or regarding the figuring out a plan to tackle homelessness and poverty in Drayton Valley, I don't think that's an easy task to do. Edmonton hasn't figured it out. Calgary hasn't figured it out. New York hasn't figured it out. I don't think Drayton Valley can, in just a whim, figure, homelessness and poverty out just like that. In my mind, I think we need to give kudos to a community organization who's at least trying to do something. And that's what Human Helping Humans is trying to do. Whether that's going to solve the whole problem 100%, I don't know, and I don't think so. But if it helps a little bit, I think as a town we need to be there. Thank you. Councillor Dodds.
Yeah, I would agree with you. For me, I think this is a step in that right direction. It's no decision is an easy decision. There's, whether we do, we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't. And I can really appreciate that Humans Helping Humans has came forward and took the opportunity or the chance to embrace this. I know that from the beginning, council always talked about, like if an organization came and took it off our hands, and we would provide them with whatever that dollar figure was, if it was $50,000 a year. And in my opinion, that's exactly what's happening right now, is an organization has come and said, you know what, we want to be part of this. We want to make this work. We're going to apply for grants. We're going to do, whatever we can do. We've had such success stories in the past dealing with housing strategies and how we house our people that are going through hard times and need assistance. So, and they've been successful in it. So it's been wonderful. And I think that having, an organization like Humans Helping Humans behind this just kind of, I think, increases that chance of success. And I think that, being able to partner with either the Mustard Seed or Housing First or whoever is also a great opportunity. They're seeing success rates of over 80% when, they get into that Housing First model. I've jumped on a lot of these affordable housing and homeless sessions, and they say without having that Housing First model, it won't be successful. And that, in order for another thing to be successful is that they need municipal support, they need provincial support. And I know that they've been working closely now with Mark, and they have the provincial support, and they're going to be advocating for, more dollars provincially and support at the grant, because that's what wasn't there initially with the first round. There wasn't that. They felt the government support municipally or provincially. So now they've got Mark working on this. He's provincially, advocating, making sure that, it's coming to the table for the next round of the Rapid Housing Initiative grant. And so I think, I think this is a great organization to take this on and give it a chance and see where it goes. Our numbers are increasing. The heat is crazy outside right now, and we need to do something with our homeless population. We lost somebody in the winter because of freezing cold weather, and we can't, these are human lives that we're talking about. I think that we need to have action. We need to do something. And when we're looking at our housing strategy, to me, this is an asset. Maybe it's not an asset that, looking at other houses that are comparable in the community, maybe it's not up to par and things like that. I think with some renovations, that could be brought up and fixed up and touched up. I don't think there was anything to code, Alberta building code, that was drastic in why this wouldn't be a good purchase for this building. So I think it's more cosmetic that needs to be fixed. And I look at also that this is revenue generating. So by us purchasing this, it's kind of a win-win. It's giving Humans Helping Humans that money in their bank to show that they have support from the municipality that backs their grant application. And there's other grants that are coming to surface as well. And then it also helps to show the province that they have that municipal support. And then we're also having a rental, there's a shortage for our 3-bedroom housing. This is something we've needed for a long time. And it's also revenue for us. So it's kind of checking a lot of boxes. And if we were to look at another, rental home that we would purchase from, the only thing with that, and I know that there's lots of 3-bedrooms out there, it's just that then would that person that we buy it from take that money and invest it into homelessness? And if they would, then it would be for consideration. But Humans Helping Humans is doing this. So for me, that's how I can make that, difference between any other home in the community. So I'm in full favor of this. And I think that whether, we have to make a step in that direction to do something. And by, I think, not doing anything isn't going to change anything.
Thank you, Councillor Dodds. Councillor Bellis.
I'm glad you mentioned it was revenue generating, because so was the library, and it would serve a lot more people. However, that's another story. Right now, there's no concrete plan whatsoever. There's ideas out there, and I'm not prepared to spend residents' taxpayer dollars of approximately $400,000 by the time we're done on going forward with no plan. I give Humans Helping Humans a lot of credit for what they've done in the past. But I agree with Tom and Corey that this is not the answer. It could be a short-term solution for some. But if it was so attractive, why is it not rented out now? Why has it been sitting there? And I'm definitely not supporting it. And right now I'm going to make a motion that council decline to purchase the duplex at 4733 and 4735 50th Avenue, owned by Humans Helping Humans Housing Foundation.
Thank you, Councillor Bellis, for that motion. Councillor Vilo, you had a comment?
Yeah. So for me, I think that it's a chance, right? We talk about people and organizations, we want to think outside the box and bring things forward and groups to do stuff. And yeah, sometimes you got to take a bit of a chance, but I also feel like because this is an asset we can use in our asset list, whatever we want to call it, that it, at the end of the day, it really is a very minor chance that we're taking. I feel like we're actually getting a chance to double our money. We're adding to our assets and a group is going to take it and do something really valuable with it. And I think that, like Corey said, it isn't going to be one organization. It's going to be a bunch, and they absolutely need to come together. And I think this gives Humans Helping Humans the chance to come to that table and say, this is the piece we're working on, and how can we all build and make this happen? We have lots of organizations like Warming Hearts and a bunch of others that have been in the community and doing things really well for a long time. But I think that we need to build on that And I'm willing to take the chance on this and see how they go. The only thing for me is that they were asking 360. Our appraisals come at 335. For me, I would consider the 360, but I would minus the 40,000 in renovations that we have to do. So I would only be willing to offer 320 would be my counter. I can't friendly amend because that's definitely not what you are recommending. But if we moved forward, that's where my position would be.
Ms. Driesen?
I would be amiss, Deputy Mayor, if I did not indicate that while the town overall may be lacking on a plan, Humans Helping Humans Housing Foundation, they do have their plan. And that is the information that they presented at earlier meetings with respect to what they would do with the funding. So I just want to make sure that, when we talk about a plan, yes, I understand that there might not be something in terms of a collective one, but certainly the organization does have its plan.
Thank you, Ms. Driesen. Yeah, just a comment before we move on to the vote. As a business person, I always look at numbers. But for me, this is a human decision. This is a decision that go beyond numbers for me. And I think that, sometimes we joke about that, Councillor Maggie, numbers versus, but that's why, and the track record that Human Helping Humans have in our community makes the cut for me for this decision. Councillor Peebles?
Just kind of feels that we're initially, when this was brought to us, it was because there was funding on the table and, hey, we spend 300,000, you're going to get $1 million and a bit to find housing, but that didn't necessarily work out. Rural communities didn't seem to get that. Now we're looking to purchase this. And at the same time, if we actually look at the community, Warming Hearts, they know every homeless person in town. They're helping 60 families that are on the threshold of poverty right now. And so it almost feels like the way we're doing this without a plan, it's like we're picking winners and losers. And ultimately, if we had a holistic plan and it encompassed all the aspects and that truly was the best asset for our dollars, then it would make sense. But at this point, I'm not too sure. But I do have a follow-up question in that. So if this goes the way I'm assuming it might go, it might be split. Then what does that mean?
Should there be a tie, the motion is
defeated.
Which means?
Decline will be defeated.
Okay, and then we have to make another motion.
Right, yeah. If it is a tie, it's defeated.
Any tie resolution is defeated.
Mm-hmm. So the motion that you made is to decline, that will be defeated if it is.
And then we'll have to do another motion on that?
Approval and it's 3-3, then that's defeated.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do we want to call the mayor? I don't know how this goes next, but.
Yeah, so let's go to the. Oh. Who's that?
It's
Mike. Oh, cool, you are here.
I heard there might be a tie vote happening, so I quickly logged in. I got about 20 minutes.
Oh, so
we can't hear you.
Yeah, if you can, yeah. Depending on which way. Yeah, exactly. So let's take a 20-minute break and we'll come back. So Mike, yeah, if you can go ahead and weigh in if you would like on the decision and the motion. The motion is to decline the request from Human Helping Humans.
Yeah, so just double check you guys can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, so I thought this would probably be an interesting vote when it comes down to it. I mean, I've kind of stated my position in the past. What it really comes down to is, the homelessness issue in town is a fairly complex one, to be honest with you, in my honest opinion. And I honestly don't even know if the homelessness issue is the one that we're specifically targeting here, or if the the issue is just, putting people with a roof over their heads, that's certainly a step in the right direction, but it doesn't, in my opinion, come close to dealing with the holistic aspect of what needs to be done. And while I certainly can appreciate the grant that Humans Helping Humans has went after, and the possibility of that becoming a reality is still unclear, it's only just, in my thought, is a drop in the bucket for what needs to actually be done. And I think I overheard Councillor Peebles talking about having a holistic approach, and I'm 100% supportive of a holistic approach, and I don't think we're quite there yet. And so for me, buying these duplexes, I have no interest in buying them for our affordable housing inventory. So for me, it really just comes down to the only reason why I would even consider it is for the Humans Helping Humans proposal and allowing for the grant. And then at the end of the day, I just don't see that as being a feasible option to actually solve this issue. I mean, if we did it, we would be sitting back here, well, some of us may, some of us might not, in a year from now, and I think the issue will be probably worse than it is right now. And then what did we accomplish? So I think it's just, we have to go back to the drawing board, and if we don't have the provincial government supporting us in something, I don't think it's going to go very far with municipal dollars and federal dollars to building houses. We actually need the support, the positions created in Alberta Health Services in our community to deal with this, and I don't see that happening. So,
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dodds.
Can I ask for the vote to be recorded?
Yeah, you can. Thank you. Is there any comments or questions further to that?
I just have a quick question. So I'm technically coming in after the motion was made.
Right.
I don't know what the
motion is.
The
motion is
am I allowed to vote on it?
Oh, you can vote. Yeah, I'm not sure.
We would, I think, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we just need to have the motion repeated. We would just recognize the time that the mayor joins the meeting, but to make sure that, to be clear, recognizing that the motion has to be read.
Okay.
Let me make that motion again.
Sorry, just can that be done legislatively? Is that like he's stepping in after the motions? Yeah.
Motion was made at a certain time, so it's recorded at a certain time. I don't think you're allowed to.
This is, I'm sorry, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that part of the MGA I am not up on because this has never happened before.
Yeah. Let's pause for 5 minutes. No, it's gonna get defeated too. So. That's right. Yeah. So we just have to take a decision now, right? So. Just want to make sure we are following the procedure. That's all. I'm enjoying my cookie.
No, you're not.
Councillor Wheeler, go ahead.
Still enjoy your cookie. I just want to hear, I was going to ask Corey, because you've been on the Homelessness and Poverty Reduction Committee, and I would say that you guys have been working hopefully on that bigger picture and pulling people together and all the different organizations that do sit at that table and seeing where you're kind of headed. Because sometimes I feel like it's easy for us to say we want a really big picture plan. I get that. We would all love that for every topic, but sometimes it's too big to chew, and you have to take pieces and take steps. And I'm curious where the committee's at. So
Yeah, well, from my last meeting anyway, it seems like the committee's at a bit of a standstill trying to figure out their next steps because they've explored things, looking for grants that didn't work out. And the recent idea that I kind of threw at them was, let's have a think tank. Let's pull in any of these people that have a passion and an excitement and already trying to do things for homelessness, sit them at the same table now that COVID's over, and let's have a holistic conversation about what we can actually offer, what we can't. Who's doing something well so we're not duplicating and we're doing other things, and who isn't. And so that conversation's hopefully going to be facilitated in July, at least to get the ball rolling and try to get those community groups together so that they can together come up with a bit of a plan. So that would be the thing I'd like to see go forward.
Go ahead, Ms. Councillor.
and then follow up in terms of with this motion, right now, this is for right here and right now, but if Humans Helping Humans is successful in their grant application, is anyone else who's saying no right now willing to reconsider? Or we're just not interested in the $1 million in the housing project?
And I would say there's other factors involved as well, right? Like the grant that had come previous was for modulars. So we've got how many trades guys sitting around here, and we're trying to rally our community around helping the down and out and those in poverty, and just see some modulars roll in and get plunked downtown doesn't help us build that narrative in our community. So, and that was even something that I know that the committee had struggled with as well. So they're trying to see if it could be stick built. The community could actually get involved and help facilitate this and build this going forward. And in that context, it makes a bit more sense, but also it's, how are you going to get them in there? Because not everybody who's sitting on this committee has that kind of a relationship with the very people that we're talking about, right? And so you have to build trust and relationship in order to know who's going in. And in a lot of cases right now, there's some people that are getting served, whether it's legal or not, I can't say. But so there are a lot of people that have places to stay at this time too, right? We've got a few in the woods, but not like we did before. So.
The second, the Rapid Housing Initiative grant, this one is for stick build, right? So it would get the locals building and things like that. It could be for tiny homes, could be for other opportunities. And then there's 3 new grants that just came forward through the federal government and CMHC too, that allows for local construction, right? And tiny houses and all that again too, so.
Thank you, Matt. I'll go to Councillor Maggie first and then to Mr. Eason after.
So I think returning for me to what I've already said, but to Deputy Mayor Gamana, it is about the humans helping humans in the heart. But at the end of it all, is you can buy a single family home, 3-car garage in Drayton Valley for $180,000. Does it make any sense to be purchasing something different than that?
Yeah, and then that person will put that money towards a homelessness.
The point is
Yeah.
it's the square that you're buying, right? And so a single family home with a 3-car garage sitting in a nice little lot, away you go. And when I tell you, when I'm in front of that particular set of buildings, doesn't feel good to me.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that information. So these were built in 2008, right? If I'm not mistaken, these houses. Yeah, so it's 12, 13 years old. So hopefully they are not 50 years old buildings. Okay, thank you. Yes,
Mr.
Ms.
Deputy
Teresa.
Mayor, yes, administration, we found the two critical items. One is from the NGA, and just confirming that, yes, any tie for any vote means that the vote is defeated. With respect to the other, if I can let Sabina just speak to the indication within the town's own policy with respect to council meetings.
In the council meeting policy, it says for the voting procedures that votes on all motions must be taken as follows. Councillors must be in their designated council seat when the motion is put. The chair must put the motion. Councillors must use the electronic or computerized voting system if available. Otherwise, the votes must be taken by show of hands unless a councillor is participating by using a communication facility, in which case he or she may vote verbally, and the chair must declare the result of the vote.
How do you interpret that, Ms. Reason?
In summary then, in terms of just clarification and correction, is that a councillor, in order to vote, must be present in their seat, whether that's electronically or in person, before the motion is put.
So if I'm hearing it right, for this motion, Mr. Mayor may not be able to vote, but for the next motion, because he's here, he can vote.
The motion has already been put, so
yeah.
I stand corrected. The motion has been put.
So is that okay? Good. Okay. So then, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'll ask the question and please stay there for the next motion. I believe that's what's going to come. So I'll ask the question. Can you repeat the motion, Councillor Bellis, that you're okay? Okay. Okay. Just give me 1 second. I'll find that motion. Oh,
I can
my
repeat
glasses.
the motion for you. As I've recorded it, Councillor Ballas moved that council declined to purchase the duplex at 4733 and 4735 on 50th Avenue, owned by Humans Helping Humans Housing Foundation.
Thank you very much, Sabina, for that. So, that's the motion at hand, and I'll ask the question. All in favor? All oppose? Motion defeated. Is there anybody else who would like to make another motion? Councillor Dodds?
I would like to make a motion. Can I ask a question before I make a motion?
Sure.
So what did you say for the purchase price? Because the one says 335, you're saying 320? Yeah, okay. So I'd like to make a motion that council accept and approve the proposed purchase of the duplex at 4733 and 4735 50th Ave, owned by Humans Helping Humans Foundation for the purchase price of $320,000.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Dodds. Mr. Mayor, you're there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect. Any questions or comments on that motion to administration or council? Okay, then I'll ask the question. All in favor? All opposed?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
I'm
okay.
opposed.
You're opposing, okay. Motion defeated. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your time. Okay, let's move on to Oh, we'll probably want to have lunch before we move on to that, or would you? Okay, perfect. Oh, the addition items, you mean? Okay, so 6.10 Brazil Municipal Development Plan Amendment Referral. Mr. Reason.
I'll let Mr. Ellis speak to this as it was directed to Planning and Development.
Thank you, Annette, and Deputy Mayor Gamana and Council. So of course, further to last week's governance priorities meeting, where this MDP amendment from Brazeau County was discussed, we bring the draft letter to council for formal approval before it is sent out to the county to register our official objections. I do note there are some grammatical errors in the letter, and I apologize for that. They will be corrected before the actual letter goes out, but this is the gist of the letter here. As discussed at last week's GMP meeting, there are several areas of the natural environment section 6.5 of the county's MDP that is proposed to be amended to change the term shall to may. These are quite concerning from a planning and development perspective. And frankly, it kind of speaks against the very reasons why we are planners. So yes, we're very much against this. In general, I want to state that the town is by no means in opposition to economic development that is responsible in the county. We believe that the town and the county are stronger when we work together and not in isolation. Development cannot be at the expense of environmental health and safety. So that's really it for my comments, and we present this draft letter for council's information and approval before it is sent out to our counterparts at the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Is there any comments or questions for that? Oh, Councillor Wheeler.
Thanks. I just need a bit of clarification because they're proposing to change every shall to may throughout the whole thing. And the section that we are speaking to is the environment section. So if they came and said to us, okay, we'll change all of them except the environment section, we would be happy with that, is what you are saying?
The shall is only the environment section, the natural environment section. So pretty much every shall that is mentioned in section 6.5 of the MDP is proposed to go to may.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, can someone make a motion on that, please? Yeah, Councillor Dodds.
Okay, I'll just read it off of there. I'd like to make a motion that council direct administration to send the attached response letter to Brazeau County Reeve Bart Guion for consideration at the county's July 6, 2021 council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Dodds. Any questions or comments on the motion? Councillor Ballas?
Are you going to be there personally as well
Sorry, Councillor Ballas.
for the meeting? Or are you just, are we going to be making a personal presentation, or are you just sending a letter?
Administration has only spoken about sending the letter.
Thank you, Councillor Maggie.
I'm a little concerned with the wording of the motion and that we're just sending it to the Reeve. Is the Reeve the only guy handling this, or do we have a Reeve and council or any of those sorts of things?
Thank you, Councilor McGee. We typically send comments on referral processes to the head of their planning and development department, which right now would be Lyndon. However, this case is elevated because of the degree to how it is concerning for us. So this is why we are addressing it to Reeve Guyon. If you wish for it to be addressed to Lyndon, we can change that, but we recommended it's addressed to the Reeve. Also, if a letter is addressed to the Reeve, then it has to be read at their council meeting and not just considered by them and put away somewhere.
And then is their planning department, Lyndon, CC'd on this as well, so then they have it for their file as well, right?
Correct, yes. Lyndon will be sent a copy.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you, Councilor Ballas. I was just going to say we can certainly act.
Is that a
council.
Yeah, can
friendly
somebody
amendment?
make a friendly amendment then? Can somebody? Okay, Councillor Peebles made that friendly amendment. Are you? Okay. Doesn't matter. Are you accepting the friendly amendment?
Yes, I am accepting it.
Thank you. So, thank you for accepting that, Councillor Nutt. So we have a motion at hand. So I'll ask the question. All in favor? Unanimously carried. Thank you. No, he's not on. Mike, are you still there? I see a M, but that's maybe not Mike. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's break for lunch and we will be back. Do you want to walk through lunch? We could. There should be lunch out there, hopefully. Yeah. So, sure, let's start at 1. So we have a, yeah, let's take a break. Once, come back. We're going to start in a minute here. Let's start the ball rolling again. 7.0 department reports. 7.1 planning and development. Matt Ellis.
Thank you, Chair Gamana and members of council. So my department report is going to be briefer than the notes that I had pre-written. The columbarium is going along well. The geotech engineer should be out there today, and we'll be able to get a timeline on the rest of the project shortly. And work will commence after the holiday. The new HW pickup school, I'm unable to comment on exact details, but we're working out a solution for the ingress and egress bus loop off of 43rd Street. We're working with the inspections group on proceeding with our initiative to upgrade our safety codes accreditation. Just responding to day-to-day inquiries and processing our development permits and building permits. And lastly, I say this with a heavy heart, but today is my last council meeting, my last department report. My last day at the town is July 9th. I'm appreciative of the support that council and administration has given me since arriving here at the town. However, I've accepted the position of senior planner for the town of Wasaga Beach back in Ontario. It's where I grew up and where most of my extended family still lives today. So thank you for the support since October 2018. And it's with mixed emotion that I deliver this, but I'm confident that you'll be in good hands going forward. And I'll take Drayton Valley's true pulling together spirit back with me to Wasaga Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. And yeah, thank you very much for everything that you've done. Thank you. What's your okay, thank you for that. And let's move on to 7.2 engineering. Mr. Olnick.
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and Council. I'll try to make this brief. For sidewalks, most of the various locations are complete now. There's just a little bit of fine tuning up to do. Now that school's out for the summer, the 46th Ave and 46th Street stretch should begin relatively soon. Roads, potholing I suspended this week due to the heat. I feel that'd be a little torturous for the crew, so I made that call just for the health and safety of the crew. Water treatment plant wastewater operating permit renewal application has been submitted to Alberta Environment as of Tuesday. The timeline for approval is about 3 months, so fingers crossed that the province won't impose too many strict limitations on what we need to treat for, because obviously that'll may or may not have to elect to change some of our processes with some capital funding and grant funding. Public Works, you probably notice on Facebook, and for those that walk around the ponds, our storm retention ponds, we've had to shut the fountains off due to low water level. We're pre-treating the water now with barley extract to prohibit the growth of blue algae, just because in this kind of heat and stagnant water that will become a big concern. So it's very eco-friendly, the barley extract, and if the algae gets more aggressive, then there are chemicals to treat it that are also just as aggressive. So we're starting the very eco-green way, and hopefully we'll get some rain soon and we can fire the pumps back up. Landfill, the ops plan will be finalized by this Friday, and the landfill operation RFP will continue. The timeline looks good, so that middle July, third week of July, I can come to this council with an RFP. So timeline's looking good for scheduling. Omniplex Bridge and Pond. The pond's got a bit of work to do yet, and the bridge will start going in Monday, the installation to get all the prep work done. I knew where you're going, Councillor McGee, so got ahead of you on that one. That's it for my report. If council has any questions.
Councillor Dodds, once you finish chewing.
Thank you. Okay, I do have a couple, just because I've had a couple phone calls. And of course, in regards to the ponds, is that why they were kind of only running at a certain, is because it's so low? Okay, so what will happen moving forward then? Because there's all that algae and kind of scum that's kind of starting to form. How do we get rid of it, or how do we kind of move forward to make sure that it doesn't become overwhelming in the next week or so, right?
Thank you, Councillor Dodds. So it's very much about like the chemical treatment, like I said, barley extract to start. If it seems like it, and we will keep on top of it. So if it does seem like it's starting to continue, like I said, there's more aggressive chemicals. Once the water level rises, hopefully we'll get some rain here shortly and we can start the fountains back again. We'll get that agitation that'll prevent the growth. Also, I'll be looking at for next budget here, funding to dredge and desludge the ponds. Because, I mean, obviously with storm retention ponds, as you have rain, everything coming down the gutters, you know, the silt, the sand, whatever, it does eventually go into our storm ponds. So, of course, the sedimentation starts to rise. So that is something that we definitely do need to address here in the future.
And just one other question. So up by Murrah, the sidewalk, I've seen it heaved. It was in two locations, I think. What happened there?
Basically, they call it thermal expansion. It's not common, but it does happen more so with asphalt than it does sidewalks, but it does happen where you have cool ground and you also have ambient air temperature. But when you have the sun beating on asphalt or sidewalk, it heats up almost to like where it is in your car in the summer. And eventually it expands and it gets tight. And if there's a weak spot, that's where it relieves itself. So, It's much like 2 years ago when we had that really wild winter. It was like +10, +15 in the day, and then it dropped to like -15, 20 at night. And we had those ice quakes up on the hills. Same principle, but I do have that scheduled to be repaired shortly. So,
any other question for Mr. Olnick? Yeah, Councillor Maggie.
I have two thoughts. But the sidewalk one I thought was a good one because we had a discussion about it yesterday, and I'm starting to see it on the news everywhere. It's it's happening everywhere. It's quite not in Drayton, but everywhere. Yeah. The other piece though was a communication piece around why we did a sidewalk 5 feet here, 10 feet there, and so I know why because I talked to you, but maybe explain a little bit here. But then thinking about a comms piece, and then lastly. The question of your new position, what does it mean to us and what does it mean to you?
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I can definitely talk to Ms. Stone about a comms piece to let him know what our reasoning was for how we went about the sidewalks. Because very much I'll have to find a better term than I like to spread the love around instead of focusing on one quadrant.
I like it.
So I'll have to come with a little more formative answer to that one. And as for infrastructure with my new position and calling the department a different word, to me, infrastructure is very much more than just engineering, which is the planning. It's the public works, it's the parks, it's the utilities, it's everything that people can drive on, you know, basically what it provides to the community, right? Whether it be water, transportation, whichever. And what it means to you guys is I have a good team now that we can move forward with all of our infrastructure problems because infrastructure is all encompassing. So we can move forward making sure that your guys' initiatives are brought forward, residential concerns are met, and yet we're as responsible with community funds as we possibly can be. So hopefully I answered your question, Councillor.
Yes, you did.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Olnick, for that update. Let's move on to emergency. Do we have Tom here? No. You're going to giving the update? Okay, so not okay, not today. Okay.
Never.
Let's move on to safety and protective services. Shona Lowe. Yeah, she can do that, and then I'll come back to that. So,
Good afternoon. Hi. So I don't have too much to say, but this week has been tough for everybody with the heat and fatigue and everything. The biggest concern I had was mother penning all the summer students, so that's what I do. Just with the heat, we want to definitely eliminate any hot heat exhaustion and stuff like that. So summer students, most of them have been working half days outside with the option to work inside or the option to go home, just to protect them. So the nice thing is the grass with all this heat has slowed down in growth. So it, I don't know if that's a good thing because I see a lot of it dying too, but that has been going good. They've been happy to get off and doing every day. So I see that our vaccination for the town of Drayton Valley are at 42.3%. So we have gone up a little bit in the last couple weeks, but not where the province would probably like us. They've offered to bring out portable units for more vaccination, but it's not the idea that, we already have 7 places that give out the vaccination. So they figured these portable units would help people to, more walking clinics and stuff, but, we've already doing our part and we can't make people get vaccinations. So, but there's lots of talk with the government right now. And they're just asking everybody to manage their own risk. So we have a few places at our facilities that we will continue masking for a while and all the guidance documents should be coming out later on today or tomorrow morning.
thank you, Ms. Lowe. Just a question about the vaccination piece. Is there anything that we could do to get the numbers up?
They asked counselors just to help support it. I don't know what that looks like or what we could do different, but they would really like us to support it in some way. I'm not sure what that looks like.
Thank you. Is there any other question for Claire Farrell?
When you're saying masks still in some places, where issue are you referring to?
ECDC.
Okay, like for our staff, you mean?
Our staff? Yeah. Our staff, our Park Valley Pool, the water treatment plant, they're essential service. So when they're going into other people's homes, we've talked about the hazards and everything. And so they've decided all on their own that they want to make sure that they're masked going into other people's homes.
Yeah.
FCSS, same thing when they go into other people's homes. And the fitness center when they're working with the clients, closely with the clients. Okay. Keep that in for a while. Sounds good. Protect our workers.
Councillor Peebles?
Just at ECDC, I'm just trying to see, because the parents have been told that they have to wear a mask when there's no longer a provincial bylaw to it or a local one. So is that something that we can actually do? Just tell people to still wear them? Was that a discretionary thing the government put out there? Just so I have some context, because there's a lot of people that just want to go get their kids and not have to put that on their face. Myself included.
Inside voice. There are certain things that we're trying to do, because one of the things, and I'll set some of this as well too. It's not just with the AHS regulations, it's also with licensing with the childcare centers. Our staff currently, we recognize that it's tough to work in a center 8 hours a day with a mask on. So even within the center, we went after concessions to say, are there times where we require the mask? So there are times where our staff members will be wearing a mask in ECDC, and other times where no, if it's just general programming, they're not required to do so. I believe it's just in the boot room that parents are being asked to wear the mask. So again, too, it's one of these things where we're putting this through until the end of July. because we want to just simply go month by month to see how things develop. We're not saying this is a full course. So for any of the things here that are outlined for the staff, we're saying, let's just make sure, one, we get to a higher percentage. We're not as high as the provincial average. So we're just recognizing there is that discrepancy. So you know what, we'll get there. And so let's just take this month at a time and we're good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lowe. Oh, sorry.
Question, I think, Shawnee, you mentioned something about an index or something that's going to guide us. That's coming out in the next couple of days. And that guidance will be where you have to wear a mask, when you don't have to. Is that what you're putting forward?
Yeah, there's different guidances for different departments, and mostly like for the guidance with masking, it's in the healthcare system itself. But everything else from what I'm hearing is going to be lifted, but it's nice to have those guidances. But yeah, there's a guidance for pools, there's the guidance for rec centers, there's a guidance for every one of them. So they should be out here hopefully in the next 24 hours.
If it's no guidance, everything's off, then we'll follow that.
We will still follow because we've kind of risk ranked the facilities that we talked about.
Our own, yeah.
Our own, and we'll keep the masking in place for a while.
Yep. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other, Councillor Wheeler?
I just need to I thought I was clear and then I'm unclear with Cora. So you're saying at the facilities you mentioned, our staff will be wearing them, and then the ECDC is the only place where we're still asking the public to be wearing them.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Strongest suggestion. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Lau, for that update. Let's go to Community Services and FCSS, Ms. Dreesen.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. You're keeping us on our toes here. So for community services, the recreation projects, of course, the big one, the aquatic facility, we talked a bit about that, so I won't add anything more. Yeah, other than the watch slide. And, you know, don't forget that bouldering traverse wall. That's really key. I'll speak a bit more about that one later. Our playgrounds, we're moving ahead with the 2 playground projects, the Mosquito Ball Diamond. You notice that there's some fencing going up there, so we're getting that ready. Ball, they've already had a good tournament and lots of stuff happening on the Nordic Trail system as well too. The pool is very busy. So we've identified it as one of the respite spots for people who need to enter a building to cool down. It's not that cool with all that activity in there, but certainly the Omniplex is listed as one of our respite centers for cooling centers. So we do encourage people if they need to find a cool spot. We've notified our team the beginning of this week to do so. And of course, Canada Day tomorrow. I appreciate the fact that there was a reading from Deputy Mayor with respect to a day of reflection. And again, it's recognizing there's a celebration, but there's a celebration with a point of reflection. So looking forward to people enjoying that, and do take care for tomorrow's activities.
Thank you, Ms. Dreesen. Any questions for Ms. Dreesen? Just a quick one from me. Any update on that Mohawk, on the other side of the Mohawk, that we are looking at making it a little bit, I guess, better?
This is with respect to the truck stop, or to across the Mohawk. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the other side of the Mohawk, like, you know, we were.
This is still an outstanding issue between Imperial Oil and the province of Alberta.
Right.
So.
So we can't even clean it, or we can't do it?
It's been, you will notice that it's been mowed, but as far as it's not our property.
Okay, so we can't do anything more than that. Councillor Peebles?
Just a comment, with it being 1,000 degrees outside, I've been at the splash park quite a bit. And I've had a few people even commenting too, like, I think typically we turn it off at 6 or 7 o'clock, is that correct? But but I've been noticing the workers have been looking, seeing all these kids playing, and they're staying later and letting all the kids like kind of dissipate, and like they're not going to turn off the fun, especially coming out of COVID. And then you have police going around handing out popsicles to some of the kids. So it's stuff like that that coming out of COVID is just like helping rebuild that sense of community. So kudos to the staff for being on it and just doing what it takes to try to help however we can. So just wanted to make a mention.
Perfect.
Oh, I just have a quick question.
Yeah.
So with the Omniplex being that kind of relief center, what are the hours there then for summer?
Well, the fitness center certainly will take anybody from, the fitness center opens at 6. So at 8 o'clock until closing. Summertime, we close earlier, but 10 o'clock. So yeah, it's a good time for taking in those measures. Yeah.
Thank you. Another question for Ms. Treason? Okay, let's move on to 7.6 finance. Ms. Thompson?
Hello again. I don't have too much. Today is tax deadline, so the girls are running their butts off, for lack of a better word. We're getting lots and lots of money, like I'm talking millions in the last 2 days, so it's good. I can't for sure know where we are compared to last year or compared to our usual collection, but our system will update today, so by Friday I'll have a better understanding of kind of where we're seeing and who wasn't able to pay, because we just have so many mortgagers, our banks and stuff coming in and paying for their clients. So I just could not get a number of delinquents at this point. We're working on, so we have 6 potential tax sales. Right now we have, 6 that are on the list for being sold if we choose. And so I've been busy reviewing the tax sale process. So I got my notes here. And that's pretty much our projects right now, is collecting taxes and then seeing what to do with the people that we are not able to collect from.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Any question from Ms. Thompson? Perfect. Thank you very much. 7.7 CAO administration. Mr. Reason?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor and Council. I'll try to keep this brief as well too. First of all, I just want to thank our finance manager, Elvira, for presenting the information on the quarterly report. Certainly in terms of where we've been the last couple of years, the picture and the scenario is looking much brighter. And I want to thank everybody on the team, because it's certainly been a concentration of ours over the last 6 months to take a look at making sure that we are maintaining our budget and that everybody understands our budget. So trying to align it better with what we need to see going down the road. So thank you, team. I want to, we spoke about the protocols with respect to how we're dealing with COVID. I want to mention the council that we are looking at a citizen management system. It's again, an online system that we can sort of record and track any concerns coming from the public and be able to be very responsive to the public as a customer service base. So we'll be spending some time on trying to get that implemented. It's something that Brazeau County is implemented or are currently doing right now. So it would work well with our systems as well. Having it on the same platform, using the same platform. I want to congratulate Mr. Owen Olenek on his promotion to General Manager of Infrastructure. He said it very adequately when changed the name from engineering to infrastructure, and I'll speak a bit more about that with council later. He certainly has earned the position in terms of his attention to budget, his attention to dedication to this town. So congratulations. Yeah. And I would be amiss too if I did not make mention of the most recent announcement made by our departing Mr. Matt Ellis. Yeah. brought a tear to my eye when he told me that that was happening, but very happy that he's going back to his hometown. He couldn't, I agree. He couldn't miss up on that type of opportunity if that's, he's been talking about his hometown ever since he's been here. So I can't begrudge him that, but we will certainly miss him. He's been an absolute pleasure to work with, as well as very knowledgeable, very, very knowledgeable in planning and development. So all the best. Yeah, well, I'm always, so.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Any questions, comments?
No, but you did that in less than 100 seconds.
Uh,
That's impressive.
uh,
And I only know that because the TV is about to auto power off and 156 seconds left.
Let's see if council can get it done before that 100.
Good job, Ms. Wilson. Okay, first, Councillor Bellas. Yes, you have 100 seconds. Just kidding. Can you repeat again?
So in 2 to 3 months, probably by late summer, we should know who our new staff sergeant's going to be. On the 15th, joined the Drayton Valley Chamber of Commerce with the Zoom meeting with TC Energy and their announcement of them bringing employees into town here. It sounds like late fall or early winter, there could be up to 600-700 workers in our area. There's some starting in the area, only 8 to 10 starting in July. But good for our town. Economic development on the 16th, on the 17th, we had recreation committee, and then the afternoon had library. 23rd, G&P. On the 24th, we had the public service meeting. And on the 25th, we had a Zoom meeting with Weyerhaeuser and Diana McLean. The 27th, we had the alumni meeting in regards to the new date and still the commitment to zero fee. So on the 20th, I've invited Nancy and Emila to join us in the next meeting in regards to whether we want to continue with the tailgate party. Also, there was a competition. I think, Emila, you donated a iPad or something for the one who sold the most tickets in town, in the town office. And so I think Jen Stone is wants her to look after that, or has been spoken to about it anyway. So hopefully that will continue, and we will go ahead and hopefully not have to cancel it for the 4th time. And then on the 28th, we had our Alberta Hemp Alliance regular meeting and also our AGM. And I'm pleased to announce that Corey is again our leader until the 28th of February anyway. And there's an announcement for July 7th, but I'll leave that to Corey. And that's my report. Oh, but no, I got one more thing too. Matt, I want to thank you personally. You've been a pleasure to work with. You've been very informative and very thorough, and certainly thank you. The effort that you put into doing the land use bylaw and so on, greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bellas. Next, Councillor Peebles.
I'll keep it quick. Yeah, just Alberta Hemp Alliance meeting, just a little bit of info on that. It looks like Minister Dreeshen and Premier Kenny are making their way here next week to present a check for the Alberta Hemp Alliance and for BCG with some of their stuff. So I don't know how much details I can give for that, but it's pretty exciting. The hemp industry is definitely growing in Alberta. We're seeing a lot of upticks down south and in the north, but It just means as that industry grows in Alberta, it's going to grow around Drayton Valley as well. So it's exciting, very exciting to see. And what everybody else said about Matt Ellis, but just less touchy-feely.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Peebles. Councillor Dodds?
I'll start with saying yes, everything about Matt Ellis, but with more. No, thank you for everything. You've done a great job. It's been a pleasure getting to know you and meet you, and I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors and heading back home. It's very exciting. So that's wonderful. Thank you. So yeah, just a couple education meetings. We had meetings with the U of A, Northern Lakes, and Norquest for separate education meetings. I had a meeting with the Office of Minister Nicolaides. I attended the town hall meeting, and I attended a Chamber and TC Energy meeting as well, meeting again with our MLA in the Office of Minister Schweitzer, and sustainability meeting. And those are kind of all the meetings. And then just, yes, for this morning too, thank you very much for speaking on Canada Day and reflection and everything like that. I think that it's very important that this is a time that there'll be a lot of people out celebrating, but this is also a time of reflection. So tomorrow is definitely a day that, you know, I think we'll have a little bit of mixed emotions for everybody. And I think that just moving forward, that it's important for us to be united together as a country, as a community. And that's it for my report.
Thank you, Councillor Dodds. Councillor Maggie? Your mic, sorry.
I'm thinking of Wasaga Beach, and my imagination says it is a beach, and it's by a seaside town. It's got chairs, it's got things, and I get to plan, and I get to be around people that I've known my entire life, and I just think, yes, perfect. So congratulations, and a senior planner. No simple feat. So, did you go down for an interview? Or just good for you. Good for you. That's tremendous. It's Brazil Foundation. We just need to connect on that note, because I'd like that connection to happen, and for that to go. The parking lot, we're not grinding away. We're gonna have that done probably by November, thanks to Matt's help. And so we're set to go there. And I'll just connect on that one. And that's my report.
Thank you, Councillor Maggie. Councillor Wheeler?
I don't have any committees to report back on, but yes, I would echo comments and say thanks, Matt, for all your time and energy. But I would also like to say thanks to Annette. I believe this will be your last formal council meeting as well as acting CAO. And it seems like it's only been a month, but it's been a lot longer than a month that you've been here and helping us. And it is a very important role in the organization, and you've done it very well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. Yeah, for my report, had some education meetings as usual, and Chamber and TC Energy meeting, Red Valley Multicultural Association and Fish and Recruitment meetings as well. Apart from that, again, I wanted to congratulate Owen for your new position, as well as Matt. I echo every comment that made here. You've been a fantastic asset to our organization, and it's heartbreaking that you're leaving, but you're going to do bigger and better things there, and you're in your hometown. So thank you very much once again. And to Annette, thank you very much for holding the fort for last few months. You've done a fantastic job, and we have a new CEO, and I'm sure you will help that individual out to figure things out until that person figure things out as well. So thank you very much for that. And that's my report. There's information items. 9.1 letters from FCM Partners for Climate Protection achievements of milestone 2 and milestone 3. 9.2 about Brazil Foundation meeting minutes. 9.3 Drayton Valley Municipal Library meeting minutes. 9.4 Drayton Valley Recreation Committee meeting minutes. 9.5 Star Catholic School Board meeting highlights. 9.6 Drayton Valley RCMP stats. Is there anything to discuss there, Ms. Reason? No. Perfect. Thank you very much. And it's been a pleasure chairing this meeting. And thank you very much. And it's been a pleasure being a deputy mayor for 7 months, and it's been in great hands of Councillor Maggie. Oh, sorry. Yeah, oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Corey. Okay. All in favor? Excellent. Yeah, then I'll adjourn the meeting at 1:38 p.m.